Good afternoon. Welcome to the August 26, 2025 BCC meeting in the South Walton Annex. I would ask Mr. Kellenberger if he would lead us in the invocation and then the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yep. Good morning or good afternoon, everybody. Appreciate your attendance today, and thank you for your participation in county government. A few things before we get started with prayer and pledge. If you have any devices that make noise, we'd appreciate it if you put them on silent so as not to disrupt the meeting. If you would like to have a conversation with your neighbor, if you'll take it outside in the hallway, we'd appreciate that as well. Keep your voices low. We can hear everything inside here. There may be difference of opinion today, so I ask that you respect your neighbor. Let's treat everybody as we'd like to be treated ourselves. Public comment is exactly that. It's time for you to come up at the beginning of the meeting. If you would like to talk about items that are on the agenda and you don't feel like staying for the meeting, and at the end, you can talk about whatever you'd like to talk about. We just remind you that it is public comment. It's not necessarily a question and answer period. If there is a question that you may have, and I feel that a department head can handle it for you, I'll put you with that person after the meeting. Also, we have a 3-minute time limit on our public comments. That is to help the meeting move along in an orderly fashion. It doesn't mean you have to speak for 3 minutes. If you can get your point across in appropriate amount of time, then that works just as well. So appreciate everybody understanding that. Let's have a good meeting, and if you will join me in the prayer, I'd appreciate it. May the Lord be with you. Let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you for this opportunity to meet today as elected officials, staff employees, and citizens of this county to conduct the county business. Bestow upon us the virtues of gratuity and humility as we take on this business, and help us to view all of these items with the collective eye of all the residents that live in this county so that we can make the best decisions for all concerned. And as always, help us to treat everybody with patience and fairness and kindness. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The meeting is called to order. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate you taking time out of your busy days to be involved in the county government, and we appreciate you. Are there any elected officials in the audience? Seeing none? Okay. First of all, Mr. Kellenberger, would you like to start with our recognition of guests?
Yes, ma'am. So this afternoon, we're recognizing a couple of people that have worked for the county. The first one is Brenda Hunt, Mosquito Control Director. She's worked for the county for 37 years. So we'd like to take this opportunity to recognize Brenda. And then the second employee is Mike Curry. Mike is one of our environmental planners, and he has put in 20 years of service with the county. So thank you both. Brenda, 37 years is a long time, and we appreciate you coming into work every day and making sure that North Walton Mosquito Control District is kept in good shape. And Mike, same to you. Thanks for all you do with making sure all of our stuff's in good shape and inspected and placards are in the right place and all that. So,
Billy, go ahead.
Billy McKee for the record. Real quick, Mike has actually been affiliated with the county for about 36 years. He worked for the health department for 16 years prior to coming over to the county. So he and Brenda both have decades of experience with the county. Brenda actually is closer to 38 years than 37. So both of them have an immense amount of institutional knowledge that we're going to lose all at one time. It's going to be very hard to overcome. We're going to miss that. But we hope that they both enjoy their retirements and get to sleep late on Friday morning and do whatever it is that they like to do. So both of them, we congratulate them and we wish them well. So,
good deal.
And I just wanted to take an opportunity to mention, Walton County has an amazing team of employees in every single department that we have. we all work together to fulfill the mission of the county. And these two employees are amazing representations of those wheels that turn and keep the wheels turning. So we just want to thank you both for all that you've done all these years, all the experience you've brought us, and the legacy that you both will leave with us. So,
Wonderful, wonderful.
like to take a picture?
37 years, my goodness, and 38?
Yep.
That's
And
fantastic.
so, Mike?
Oh, no way.
Oh, come on, Billy. Good, everybody, smile. In 3, 2, 1. Perfect, thank you.
I need to back up a minute and let you know that we have 4 commissioners in attendance today. Commissioner Drake is not with us today. So, just so that you know. Okay, so congratulations to both of our employees that have both been here such a long time. Obviously, it's a good place to work if you want to stick around that long, right? So that's really nice, really, really good people, and I hope they have a wonderful retirement. So now it's time to consider additions and deletions. Mr. Kellenberger?
Yes, ma'am. So we have 1 addition and 2 deletions to our agenda today. The first addition is under Commissioner Brad Drake, District 3, and it was an explanation of the hiring process of the full-time county attorney. Deletions include a citizen's request from a Thomas G. Lamparter with a discussion about Senate Bill 1622. And then the last one was the chair removing Kelly Beth Horton's update due to some family issues that she was having.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
considering that Commissioner Drake isn't here, could we dispense with that one for today?
With which one he's got?
The additions, so that would be
The
the one
addition?
with the
Okay.
county attorney hiring process.
Yes, if that's the desire of the board.
Just postpone them all to the next one, or whatever he wants.
Yeah, so he had said that it would be okay to not discuss that one if nobody else wanted to discuss it.
Okay, so basically what we're saying is that this addition, that unless somebody wanted to discuss it, that we will not discuss that today. However, the other items that he has under his name, he's going to leave on for Mr. Kellenberger to explain.
You know, I'll be glad to do the other 2 myself if Mr. Kellenberger don't want to.
Yeah, they're fairly easy.
But, so I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda with the two deletions.
Well, you said 2 deletions, what about the addition? On that addition? You're not gonna do it at all?
No.
Okay, so, yeah. I
We have a
agree.
motion and a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Public comments. If you're not going to be here and you'd like to speak to something that's on the agenda, Please raise your hand. Yes, sir. You can come on up. You've got 3 minutes, and just tell us what item number it is, please, after you state your name.
Good afternoon, my name is Howard Einwalter. The agenda line that I found it on is
Could you spell that last name for us?
EINWALTER. Your line number here is number 35, dealing with the additional taxes for the fire rescue.
Okay?
I understand and I really appreciate the fact that the taxes would be going towards the fire department, because as a law enforcement officer, I understand just how valuable these fire department are. However, I don't understand why there's an additional separate tax for this, where there should be included into your regular property tax. You're taking the taxes and jumping them from $75 to $300. I don't think is necessary. It should be, again, attached to our property tax. In my particular case, I do have a modular home. It's on 6-foot stilts, and there's no axles and there's no wheels attached to it. It is not a mobile vehicle, but I'm required to take and have a sticker on it, just like you would a boat, a separate little sticker that says that you paid your taxes for this particular item. It's a home. Whether it's on stilts or it's on the ground, it's still a home. It's not mobile. So therefore, there should be no additional taxes to that. I should be paying my regular taxes, and if you need to take up the taxes because of that, I understand that. Glad to do it. But don't tax me separately because I've got a,
Madam Chair? Sir, where do you live? What general area?
near Mossy Head, it's Defuniak Springs.
Okay, to answer your question, the county, has several different methods of funding fire departments. At one time, probably 30-plus years ago, most of the north was volunteer fire departments. Mossy Head had a volunteer fire department. Liberty still does, but Paxton, all these places had their own little fire department, and they raised money mainly through fish fries and stuff like that. About 25 years ago, the move was to have paid firemen. And so most of the north end of the county consolidated into what is now known as Walton County Fire Rescue. And the exceptions to that are the city of Defuniak and Liberty, which is now Liberty Fire District, and Argyle, which is now Argyle Fire District. Those, the last two were established by the state, and then Defuniak is a municipality. Everything else, all those volunteer fire departments, Tri-Village, Red Bay, all those other ones, there was like 11 of them. They were all consolidated into Walton County Fire Rescue, and the board at that time instituted fire assessments. So at the time they were instituted, they were $25. It's been since raised to $75, although it hasn't been raised in 15 years. But every residential area pays that fire assessment. And we don't charge the fire assessment through the ad valorem taxes. Now, South Walton has a fire district. Freeport is in Walton County Fire Rescue, but other than those four that are set their own taxes, everybody pays that $75. And like I said, it hadn't been raised in probably 20 years or 15 years. So what we're doing today is just reimposing or renewing the special assessment on the fire department. And that $75 per resident goes to pay for the North End Fire Rescue, which is managed by the Sheriff's Department. Now, there are other taxes on a modular home that, or other fees that you have to have a tag and all that stuff, and that's state law. But the $75 fire assessment that's the county, and it's been in place. You know, now we did add probably 15 years ago about the parcels that are vacant, that we charge a fee by acre of vacant land. It's not much, it's what, a penny?
7 cents.
77 cents. 70 cents. 7 cents. So, I mean, it's not much, but, does that really cloud it up for you, or?
A little bit, yes, but, a home that is built on the ground, if I go out to my neighbor's house built on the ground, he does not require a sticker that shows that he's paid his taxes.
That's a state, that's through the that's a state I mean, that's a state law, that you have to have that on a modular home or a trailer or something like that. But that really has nothing to do with the fire rescue.
I misunderstood that has nothing to do with this tax.
No, sir.
This is just gonna be an additional tax on top of,
This is just to pay for the
Everything
fire
else.
department. And it's $75 a year per resident, and everybody in the north end pays it.
okay.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak to anything that they will not be here on, that's on the agenda? Okay, seeing none. Does anyone need to remove anything from the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. And, there I go, jumping again. The approval of the agenda itself.
I don't, we
We've
already
already
done that.
done that. So, we're at citizens' request. Laura Lee Sparks, would you like to come up?
Good afternoon.
Hello. Would you please tell her your name, even though I just did?
Laura Lee Sparks. Good afternoon, Commissioners, and I want to begin by thanking you all for, once again, recognizing August 31st as Overdose Awareness Day in Walton County. I took some notes down because this is, a little emotionally charged for me. 7 years ago, I stood before you for the first time asking for this proclamation as a grieving mom. And 7 years may seem like a long time, but for families like mine, the grief doesn't fade. However, we're making progress to help families like mine in our community, and I really want to thank you all for the step you took last year in recommending the creation of a committee here in our county to address overdose prevention. Because of that recommendation and through the amazing leadership of Holly Holt and Ryan Mims at our health department, the Walton County Overdose Prevention Task Force was formed. And this task force has already brought together agencies, organizations, and individuals across the community, and I'm truly honored to be a part of this important work. So today, I'd like to extend another invitation to all of you. This Sunday, August 31st, we'll be holding Walton County's first ever co-sponsored Overdose Awareness Day at the Lake Yard. This event's going to bring together community partners, provide resources and support for families, raise awareness of this ongoing crisis, and it will conclude with a candlelight memorial walk around the Lake Yard hosted in partnership with Be Generous. I know Commissioner Johns, we appreciate you. You has agreed to join us and to speak, and I hope that others, both on the dais and in the audience, will join us that evening, not only to show support for the work that's being done but also to stand in solidarity with the families like mine who have lost loved ones and many in our community who are still fighting this epidemic. Your presence will send a powerful message that Walton County is committed to hope, healing, and prevention.
What, Madam
Thank
Chair?
you, yes.
What time does that start, the 31st?
It begins at 5:30 and will conclude around 8.
Motion to approve, allowing the chair to sign the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Would you like to read the resolution?
Yes, ma'am, I would.
I'm going to ask Mr. Kellenberger to read the resolution. All right.
Resolution 2025-51, a resolution proclaiming August 31st, 2025 as Overdose Awareness Day in Walton County, Florida. Whereas overdose continues to be a devastating public health crisis that affects individuals and families across all communities, regardless of age, race, gender, or socioeconomic status. And whereas in recent years, the rate of overdose-related deaths has reached unprecedented levels, fueled by the opioid epidemic and the proliferation of synthetic drugs such as fentanyl, and whereas every life lost to overdose represents a person who was valued and loved and whose absence is deeply felt by their family, friends, and community. And whereas Overdose Awareness Day, observed annually on August 31st, is an international event aimed at raising awareness of overdose, reducing the stigma of drug-related death, and acknowledging the grief of those left behind. And whereas this day also serves as a call to action for individuals, communities, and policymakers to support evidence-based harm reduction strategies, expand access to treatment and recovery resources, and promote education that can save lives. And whereas Walton County is actively committed to addressing the overdose crisis through prevention, compassion, and collaboration, including the strategic use of national opioid settlement funds to expand access to life-saving resources and support community-based initiatives such as Narcan trainings and public education efforts. And whereas we stand in solidarity with all those who have lost someone to overdose, with those who continue to struggle with substance abuse, and with the tireless advocates, caregivers, and first responders working to bring hope and healing. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Walton County Board of County Commissioners does hereby declare August 31st, 2025 as Overdose Awareness Day in Walton County, Florida, in alignment with the federal proclamation and International Overdose Awareness Day. We encourage all residents to join in raising awareness, remembering those we have lost, supporting those in recovery, and committing to a future free from overdose deaths.
Thank you.
Duly adopted this 26th day of August, 2025.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Laura Lee, for everything that you do. I'm so sorry for your loss, and I really think that you're wonderful to this county to be able to stand up and to bring so much awareness to this, and thank you. It's much needed. So we have a motion and a second for the resolution. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do have some invitations for y'all for the event Sunday, and I hope y'all can make it out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you stick around, we'll come down in a minute after another one and get a picture with you as well. Thank you. Haley Brown? Hello, would you please state your name?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Haley Brown. I'm with Raleigh Gulf Coast. We are an extension city for Raleigh Foundation for Childhood Cancer Research. Our office is located directly in the Studer Family Children's Hospital, and that's very intentional why we're there. I have the absolute privilege of being able to work with these families on a daily basis and provide family support programs and really get one-on-one interaction with those families and the kids every single day. Raleigh Foundation exists to fund childhood cancer research. Less than 8% of federal cancer research funding is directed for children in childhood cancer, and we're trying to fill that gap. 93 cents of every single dollar we raise for Rally Foundation goes directly towards supporting that mission of finding better treatment options for these kids with fewer long-term side effects and ultimately a cure. We obviously are located in Pensacola, Florida, but we service families across the entire Gulf Coast. Many of the families are traveling 2 to 3 hours to get to the hospital, as it's the only regional children's hospital in the area. And we are really grateful for Walton County's initiative in supporting our proclamation of September being Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Although funding is super important, the awareness piece is huge as well. Our families really need us, and it's crazy the past 2 years here working for Rally, I've been able to, like I said, witness it firsthand on a daily basis. And these kids just want to get back to being kids again, and we're here to try and make that happen. 47 kids are diagnosed with cancer in America every single day, and we must do better, and that starts with awareness and support from our local county commissioners and the community as well. Thank you so much.
Wonderful work that you do. Thank you so very much. It too is just a tremendous cause, and it's heartbreaking when you see children that have to go through this. So
Motion.
thank you for what you do.
Thank you so
And
Motion
you
much.
have a
to-
resolution as well.
Motion to approve the chair signing the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Would you like to read
Yes,
the
ma'am,
resolution?
certainly would. Resolution 2025-52, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Walton County, Florida, proclaiming September 2025 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas children are Walton County's most valuable resource, and their health is crucial to our county's economic development, continued success, and well-being as a whole. Whereas Northwest Florida reports an average of 50 local children are newly diagnosed with cancer each year. Whereas cancer is the #1 disease killer of children in the United States, yet childhood cancer research is severely underfunded due to the National Institute of Health only allocating 4% of cancer research funding to children. Whereas research in the field of childhood cancer will allow for better treatment options, safety, quality therapies, and ultimately a cure for this deadly disease. And whereas Rally Foundation for Childhood Cancer Research has provided a valuable resource to children and families who are afflicted with this horrendous disease, now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners for Walton County, Florida, does hereby recognize this month of September 2025 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and encourages others to participate in efforts throughout the year to raise awareness and funding for childhood cancer research with Rally Gulf Coast while supporting families who face devastating effects and costs. Adopted this 26th day of August 2025 and implemented as stated herein.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank you so
Haley.
much.
Let's go down there and take a picture with you all. Is Robert Raymond? Hi, Robert, there you are. Would you state your name for the clerk?
Yes, are you ready?
Yes.
Robert Raymond for the record. First, let me say I would like to congratulate all the departments in the county for moving in a new direction. It's very apparent that it's happening. However, that being said, we need to address something that I brought up quite some time ago. As you'll see from the forensic audit request for a specific file, it's very specific. It's not a lot of waste of money. It is a lot of money, but it's very targeted. If you will see, your fair share requirements on Dalton Drive Commercial were $53,000. It was based on proposed improvements, not a proposed new roadway connection. There should be a significant difference in the fair share mitigation amount based on that. Excuse my voice, it's a little weak. Those improvements were, without a doubt, a factual misstatement. If you look at the file, I'm assuming you may have already reviewed it, I hope so. If not, you will easily find that it was a material false statement designed to reduce the fair share requirements. That specific parcel had already been denied for the exact same safety concerns that I filed under oath at the Technical Review Committee. So I don't know how that transpired, how it was checked, what happened, but if you'll go, you can read over the quick first page. If you'll go to the second page, you can see this is the first page of the development order. The actual parcel number was changed because the actual parcel that was denied, which will be referenced in the documents if you review them, it was denied, but they changed the parcel number to circumvent their fair share fees. You will see, if you look at the first page of the development order, the highlighted Dalton Drive, you can see the GIS does not reach 38. So there was no connection. If you look at the bottom, you'll see a QR code. I would encourage you to scan that. You'll go to the FDOT ConnectPed site, enter Dalton Drive, Santa Rosa Beach. It clearly, as FDOT states, is not connected even today. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, you can
Thank
shoot them to me, or
I believe we're going to have our county attorney address this when we come up on one of our planning.
I can briefly just comment on it now. We are currently undergoing, as the board is well aware, a request for an audit or review of proportional fair share as well as the impact fees. We can provide them a request to look at this, and then I know the board's direction to us is after that, then explore the need for forensic audit on either a wider scale or a case-by-case basis. I will note this is a 2017 project, so it is quite old in that period of time, but it's certainly something we'll be glad to look at as we go over it since he's brought this forward.
I've brought it forward many times, so it's not a matter of how old it is.
Right.
It's how long it's going to take you to look at it.
And more of my comment, Mr. Raymond, is the fact that I don't want there to be some confusion after we come out of this meeting that we were limiting the scope of our prior review. We're aware this is outside the timeframes the board originally talked about, but we are aware this will be included in our review.
It would, and if you would also please check it for, what is it, what is fair, no. I'm drawing a blank. Misstatements, there's factual statements that would allow you to pursue it, which the money that would be pursued goes to the county, not me. I'm not pursuing this for me. I'm pursuing it for the likelihood of somebody dying on that road when we develop another 10 years. Thank you.
We'll take a look at it.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you, Robert.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Kellenberger, I believe you are next.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair.
21 is no longer on the list, so 21 has been
Yep.
deleted. So.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Item number 22 is Planning Department Operational Audit Update. So this is a continuing project we've been working on. 4 weeks ago, I asked you for an opportunity to meet with Interim Planning Director Stephen Schoen to review a 2022 department assessment and report, and to take that report, understand what was recommended, what was implemented, and then come back to you with a report of that report and a plan of action of how to fix some issues that have come up within the planning department. So Stephen and I have met several times over the last 4 weeks, and Stephen has done the bulk of this work, but I'd like to ask him to come up to talk about the attachment that is what we call our plan of action. What we ask for is for the county commission to accept this plan of action, give us approximately 90 days to demonstrate, to implement the plan and to demonstrate that we can correct or resolve or make better, improve some of these items that have been coming to y'all in the form of phone calls and complaints of people that the planning department serves. Stephen?
So let me just state first, if you don't mind, that this does not have anything to do with the audit that we have requested. This is totally separate. So
Right.
with that being said.
Yeah, this is more of a policies and procedures plan of action. As you know, Stephen took over after former director Matt Carpenter left the county. And as you know, when he came on, he understood there were some areas that could be improved, and has been working towards that goal even before I asked for the opportunity for me and him together to take a look at it. And so I think we have a good plan. I hope you had time to read through it. But we feel confident that we can mitigate, minimize some of these client-based complaints that have been coming in over the last few months.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Brian. So as Mr. Kellenberger said, you know, some of these items that you see in the reporting, you know, are ongoing. They have been going on for some time. You know, it is clear that there are some gaps in our processes, unintentional, of course, but things that have you know, grown over time, and we are aware of that. We've taken steps internally to address those. Our biggest issue, our biggest deficit is really the lack of a current policies and procedures manual for the department. I believe the last document that was fully integrated or approved was from 2011. There's been some updates over time, but the last any effort or real effort was in 2018. I believe Kristen Shell was kind of moving through that process. But you know, that's when folks decided that Walton County was where they wanted to be, really, and you know, we've been facing an uphill battle since then. So that work was kind of put on a shelf. We're still exceedingly busy, but I've taken the time, and I take time every day to work through that policy manual and make improvements, and working with my managers internally to find what we do. And to work through and determine if those policies and procedures are appropriate, if we can improve on the timing of those, and save resources both internally and you know, with the public, the applicants as well. So we've certainly found some situations we can improve upon. We've made those efforts already in our BPR program. That is probably the bulk of the calls I suspect many of you receive. It has been that way, you know, for some time. I won't get into it. I've said my piece. It's a long-going process. Took a while to get there, and we're digging our way out. And I think we're more successful in that measure. I believe that Brian has some trust in me and some faith to implement some of the changes that we've been looking at. Staffing and allowing some additional stratification to allow for some upward mobility and retention of the folks that are doing good work in the department. So I ask humbly to allow me that chance. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Where are you? Are you at full staff right now? What do you-
We have some staffing needs. We've got some interviews coming up to hire some of those folks. We've got some planning or some planner positions that are open. I've been working with HR, very responsive to get those interviews going. We've got a couple of positions that we're asking for in the budget as well. And then we've also, working with HR and Melissa, we've talked about, again, some internal stratification, some planner 1, planner 2 type positions to allow for that, some of that upward mobility.
So would you guesstimate we're what, 3 or 4 down?
I would say 5.
5?
It's 4 to 6, but I say 5 is where we're at. It's been a minute since I've actually looked at the full FTE schedule.
And we're moving in that process, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
All right.
I believe right now you have at least 2 jobs out on the internet, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I believe they've closed, and we've got the interview pool ready to go. We're just working on scheduling those.
Okay, great. Yes.
Do you have a manager that manages all the projects as far as where are you on this? When will this be ready? That kind of thing. Because
So-
it seems to me that I've been here 9 years, and it seems to me that our biggest problem is when people call, we can't tell them where the process is. We can't say, yeah, we're gonna have it next week. I've had people call my office and say, and look, I know how far down y'all been in employees, but I just think we need a manager that can go in and when somebody calls, says, yes, I just talked to this person and they said it'll be 2 weeks or a
They
month
can't hear
or
you,
whatever.
Tony.
So I really think you need to think about getting a manager to manage the process.
So certainly in line with that vein of thought, we have a number of managers. We have a BPR manager that is over that program. We have a current planning manager that is over our DO process. You know, every application that comes in is at a different aspect of review or component of review. Some of them are very in-depth and require multiple levels of review internally and externally through the review process. Our BPR program is very similar in many ways, from the south end to the north end, where there's wetlands, where there's flood zones, other things that complicate that review and require additional review. So when someone calls with a specific BPR, we do have one individual, we have our planner of the day position that will go in and look in the system to see what the status is. We're all on the InterGov system now. As part of that process, again, those procedures, there is an effort recognized that we all need to make in terms of keeping our projects up to date in the system. So every time we finish a particular review component, we go in there and check that box. So when our pod position is that question's posed to her, she can easily get in the system and go, you're at floodplain review, we need your elevation certificate, give us a week or whatever that time frame may be that is needed.
Well, I had a call today from someone who said that he's been asking about his and asking about his. And he went in, I don't know what day, but it was one day recently, and was told not to come back in anymore. He could go on the internet and search it. We can't have that policy.
I would venture to say that I really have a hard time believing that anyone
Well, let
in
me
this
tell you, I've
department-
known this guy a long time.
Yes, sir.
And I've never known him to lie.
I understand.
And I know y'all are really super busy and super behind, but I'm not gonna tell you who he was, I'm not gonna tell you who he talked to. but that can't happen.
It certainly should not happen.
Yeah.
You're right.
I've always backed y'all, and I think you're doing as good a job as you can with the staff being as depleted as it is. I know you lost, your director and two very qualified people this year.
Yes, sir.
But, I don't know if you need to have a meeting, but the two biggest, that was one big complaint I got from one person. The other thing is, people don't call back. People don't return phone calls. People are being told they're too busy to return phone calls. That can't happen either.
No, sir.
You guys are public servants.
Yes, sir.
And as we are, if I went all this time without answering any phone calls, how long do you think I'd be in office?
Not very long, sir.
Yeah, and so that's something I want you guys to straighten out. I know you're busy, but a phone call takes 2 or 3 minutes.
You're right. You're right. And we have a 48-hour return email and phone call policy. If in fact what you're hearing is substantiated, and I don't doubt your friend, that will be something that we address internally immediately.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
Commissioner Curry.
With today's technology out there, I do understand that you still should be able to pick up the phone, answer an email and all that, but do we have anything in our current system, like I could go in there and plug in my number and I can say, your progress is right here. I'm at the planning stage, I'm at the whatever stage, and my next step is the planning board. Do we have anything like that?
Yes, yes. So in the InterGov system, and I'd like to address one of the earlier portions when you started, but yes, in the InterGov system, an applicant or someone's agent, if they have the ability to get in, can look up that project and see their progress wheel, where they are in that review, what's been done, what's been needed, or what's needed to be done. Again, staff needs to be better in keeping up with that, and some of that is that busy work that is sort of hard to keep up with, but it's definitely an attention that needs to be made in that effort. Now, in terms of technology, we are currently onboarding our SwiftGov AI for our building permit review processes. There are plans to go into our commercial review in the future as well. These folks, I've talked with Hernando County and others that have onboarded this system. They're down to about 2 hours per review for a building permit. We're about a month away from fully implementing that system. And we're going to be dumping many of our BPR applications into that software. That's not going to remove any human component. Obviously, there's always going to be that aspect of making sure that the AI system has given us the correct results. But there's limited use. We're limited in the amount we can do per month. So there's still plenty of other human work to be done there. But I fully believe that is going to serve to expedite our review process across the board when fully implemented.
And the reason I went there was in my manufacturing and logistics days, no matter what widget, part of that widget was in the process, from materials inbound, it would get checked in. The customer could always log in and say, okay, well, my materials arrived. And then my widget was made. My widget is loaded. I mean, that all takes staff to input that. So is there a missing link there to where staff's not putting it in and the end user is pulling up thinking that they're at one process, but they're actually 2 steps ahead? I don't know that. Maybe I need to come in there and maybe follow a process all the way through.
That would be great, and I would welcome any of the board members to come in and shadow and see what our planners go through on a daily basis. That would be great, because I think that'd be very beneficial in understanding some of what we do and how it's done. But no, you're spot on. And I was a project manager. When I moved through that system, oftentimes I didn't go in and check that box. Hey, planning commission's done. I would go in and create the next route to get it to BCC, but I would just neglect, checking that box. And so it's something that we need to pay more attention to internally, absolutely.
Thank you.
I also want to touch on, our staff's working on adopting or implementing a CRM, customer relations management tool as well, that will serve, hopefully, to integrate all of our communications. So when someone comes in and they have a question about a particular parcel or project, we can go in there and pull up every communication, every email, every, document that's been uploaded. And that'll serve to vastly improve our customer service in that respect, as well as our record keeping and management. So,
Thank you. Commissioner Gladwell.
I know nobody wants to believe, the worst, but I had some folks in my office yesterday who said the exact same thing Commissioner Anderson just told you, that they were told to not come into the office, that if they wanted information on their project, to go on the internet. And that is not good. And so, but I'm just telling you, that's two that happen. And, same thing. So that's a bad problem.
it is, and that's certainly not something I want to hear, and that will be something I approach staff with immediately.
I know about security, but I also know that these buildings, every one of them belong to the people. These buildings belong to the citizens of Walton County, and, they got a right within reason to be in them.
Yes, sir.
The second problem that you hear a lot about is phone calls. And, not returning a phone call is a bad problem.
It is.
And the same people said that their engineer was on hold for 4 hours. Well, that's way beyond the pale. And so we've got to address that.
Yes, sir.
And, like I said the last meeting, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but on the other hand, everybody has to understand that we work for the citizens. The citizens do not work for us.
That's right.
And we've got to make sure that these people, I also heard that, of people sitting in the lobby for 2 or 3 hours. And the other one that you really hear a lot about is the answering machine. And the statement, call back tomorrow or call back sometime, and we need to make sure that answering machine's programmed right. But, these sound like little things, but one of the things a long time ago I heard about law enforcement was, when you're answering 20 or 30 calls a day, it's not a big deal to you. But the person you're dealing with, this might be the only interaction they have with a deputy sheriff in their life. And how you act reflects on, their opinion of your department. Same thing with, y'all deal with stuff every day, over and over and over and over. It's probably not a big deal. But there are people that come into your office or call or who have interaction with your staff every day, who that's the only time in their life they'll have any interaction with the planning department. And how they're treated and how that interaction goes, in large part is their opinion of the planning department. It's also their opinion of county government. And so we've got to make sure that they're treated with respect and that they're treated right. And that's all I ask. I'm not trying to be critical of any one person, but I just want those people to be treated correct, be treated fairly, and that everybody understands that that project may not be a big deal to you, but it's probably the biggest thing in their life right now, and that has to be addressed.
I agree.
Well, are you finished?
Yeah, I'm done.
I just want to say, first of all, I understand that this county has really grown leaps and bounds in the last few years, and it hasn't really slowed down at all. And I know that there's been a lot of people that have left planning in the last 2 years. There's been a lot of people with a lot of knowledge that walked out that door. And I know that you're doing the best that you possibly can to keep this together and trying to do the right thing. And I do recognize that, not to diminish anything they said, because I agree with them. If that's happening, it does need to be corrected. And hopefully you'll be able to get those positions filled soon. But I remember a couple of years ago, we were talking about having a manager to oversee both the building department and yours. One manager to kind of make sure, not a planning person, but a person to just manage. And I don't know whatever happened to that idea, but maybe we need to relook at that. And I think that with you and Mr. Kellenberger being able to work close and trying to figure out what's the best way to move forward. And I do think that these AI issues are going to be very, very helpful. But, and I can understand the frustration in the office because it's a lot. I mean, I understand that it is a lot, but we do have to be very kind, courteous, and respectful to everybody. And I mean, that's kind of number one, even if we can't get the job done, as long as they know that you're working on it and they're being heard, that goes a long way. So I think that the two of you will be able to, massage this and get it to where it's going in the right direction. So thank you for what you are doing. I do appreciate that.
Thank you. And just to both of your points, I do want just to mention that we've been working with HR, with Terry, and we've got a series of trainings set up just to remind folks how important it is, and the fact that we do, in fact, work for the public and not the other way around. So I do appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Good. Yes, Brian.
Right. So our plan is kind of twofold. Get Intergov system to work for us the way we'd like for it to, make it easier for the client to use it as well. And then the revising, revamping of the policies and procedures manual that will address all the issues we've talked about here today. We asked for 90 days to implement and show some improvement. And all the time during it, of course, we'll be ready for feedback from anybody and everybody. But we feel confident that people will notice an improvement. And the way you'll notice it is you'll get less complaints, hopefully no complaints.
Right, right.
People will say, hey, planning department seems to be working for me.
And I did read through your product that you did, where you went and identified the problems that were identified a couple of years ago. You went and kind of responded to those, and a lot of that is education. You're really wanting to put an emphasis on educating, so I think that's really good.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for that. I know you've got your hands full.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else have any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Appreciate it. Next item is number 23, BCC meeting policies and procedures. Over this couple of months that I've been in this seat here, I recognize that we have a couple of different sets, I would say, of policies and procedures for these meetings, to include both how we conduct business, how we take business from the gallery. And then I came to understand last week that we'd actually started on this. And so all I'm asking for is an opportunity to continue on, to come back, meet with you individually, understand your concerns or likes or dislikes about current policies and procedures, and then put together a new set of policies and procedures that we can all understand and we can all convey to the people we do business with, all in the effort to help these meetings run as smooth as they can. So,
Madam Chair,
Pardon me? Go ahead.
have you been working with legal on this?
so we understood last week that legal had been asked to do this, and yes, legal will be involved in this.
Okay, yeah, because we asked about this in May, so I was.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I think, actually, this process probably goes back 5 years or better. There's been several attempts, and I think the problem is that the people who are trying to do it in the past have been trying to get a 5-0 consensus. Well, that's probably not attainable. So what I would ask you is that y'all get something together and bring it back and let's vote it up or down.
We will.
If we vote it down, we'll try again. If we vote it up, wonderful. But don't hold it, because it's been on the agenda, I think, 3 times that it's been pulled. And it's been pulled because we're looking for perfection. There is no perfection. Let's just get on with it.
One thing we are gonna try to present to you this time to help with that is presenting the policy as 2 separate policies. One dealing with the general code of conduct, meeting procedures and operation for those up here at the dais, your parliamentary procedure, for lack of a better phrase. The other being the general meeting procedures that governs the public's interaction. That's been the biggest challenge we've had over the last 3 years, and 5 different versions of this we've attempted to draft, is merging those 2 together. And while in some cases the board has been very receptive to one half of it, they very much dislike the other, and it's been sent back to the drawing board. But I think by giving you those 2, we'll be able to accomplish that, Commissioner Gladwell. We'll get an up or down vote on one, both, or none, and we'll go from there.
Okay. All right,
forward.
thank you, appreciate that. Mr. Goldberg?
This must be resolution day.
Yes, sir, you're absolutely right. Jeff Goldberg, Emergency Management Director. First, I want to talk about the resolution, then I want to give you a quick update on some National Preparedness Month activities that we have planned. So before you is a resolution to declare September as National Preparedness Month and urge residents and businesses to develop their own emergency plans, be prepared. We're going to do a lot of messaging. This has gone on actually since 2004, so shortly after 9/11, the federal government and FEMA pushed this out, and we've been pushing it out on the local level, and it coincides obviously with 9/11 because that was kind of the genesis of it. So the resolution is before you for your consideration.
Motion to approve the chair signing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the board?
Just real quick, excuse me, most of the commissioners were at the meeting when U.S. Senator Ashley Moody and our U.S. Congressman Jimmy Petronas were there to explain. And they said during this period, I think it was like August the 15th, maybe?
Through October 15th.
Right,
Yeah, this is the peak of the hurricane season.
correct.
And something I didn't know that Senator Moody said was 93% of all storms during the peak season hit land. All named storms hit land. And that's pretty frightening. So, as they explained, do not wait until a hurricane's about to hit to have your water supply and your food supply and have everything brought in off your porches. It's too late then. As we've all tried to do, you go to the store after a storm, there is no water. So I'm just asking everybody to put a supply back right now. Doesn't cost you that much if you don't ever use it. Just have water, some canned food, and some flashlight and batteries.
Isn't that what you're doing? Are you having something? for
That's
that?
the Build-A-Bucket that I'm going to get to in
Okay.
a couple of minutes.
Okay.
But, as you all know, we do preparedness messaging all year round. Because, yes, hurricanes are our most known threat, but we've had wildfires, tornadoes, floods, all types of things. So we kind of ramp things up, and it does coincide with the peak of hurricane season. Just a couple days ago was the anniversary from Hurricane Andrew. And I've responded to most of the storms that affected the state of Florida over the past 30-some years, and I was down there for a while. So we're starting to get into that, and you're absolutely right, and the senator was absolutely right on those statements at the press conference last week.
Okay,
Vote
so,
on Resolution?
do you want, I don't have it, do you have it? It's-
Jeff has the resolution,
Do you,
right?
Yes.
do
yes,
you want to
I do.
read it?
Sure. Okay, whereas National Preparedness Month creates an important opportunity for residents of Walton County to prepare their homes, businesses, and community from all hazards, emergencies, and disasters. And whereas the mission of Walton County Emergency Management is to prevent, mitigate, prepare for, respond to, and recover from all hazards, emergencies, and disasters using a whole community approach. And whereas investing in the preparedness of ourselves, our families, businesses, and community can reduce fatalities and economic devastation in our communities and in our nation. And whereas the Federal Emergency Management Agency's READY campaign, Walton County Emergency Management, and other federal, state, local, private, and volunteer agencies are working to increase public activities in preparing for all hazards, emergencies, and disasters, and to educate individuals on how to take action. And whereas emergency preparedness is the responsibility of every business and resident of Walton County, and all residents and businesses are urged to make preparedness a priority and work together as a team to ensure individuals, families, and communities are prepared for disasters and emergencies of any type. And whereas all residents of Walton County are encouraged to participate in preparedness activities and asked to review Walton County Emergency Management's website at waltoncountyem.org and our social media site at facebook.com/waltoncountyem, and register for emergency alerts at www.alertwalton.org, and review the FEMA Ready campaign's website at ready.gov to become more prepared. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners in Walton County, Florida, does hereby proclaim the month of September 2025 as National Preparedness Month in Walton County, and urge all residents and businesses to develop their own emergency preparedness plan and to work together towards creating a more prepared community, duly adopted this 26th day of August 2025.
Thank you, thank you. So we have a motion and a second to approve signing that resolution. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd just like to thank Jeff and his staff because they do a wonderful job for Walton County citizens and for the board. They keep everybody informed.
Thank you. I
Yes.
appreciate that, sir.
Before, during, and after the
Yep.
storm.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
So a couple of quick updates. As you alluded to, on September 13th down in Hammock Bay, we're having a Build-A-Bucket, Touch-A-Truck event. We're going to have a number of emergency vehicles down there. We're going to have booths, not just emergency services folks, but private businesses, other nonprofits. The Matrix is one of our sponsors on that, and you'll see kind of our key sponsors on that flyer. We're getting sponsorships to help offset the cost for this. And what we're doing is, aside from giving preparedness information, we are giving each family a 5-gallon bucket that was sponsored by ServPro, and they're gonna go to different booths and get one item for their disaster supply kit. So they'll have a good start at it. So we've got 500 buckets that we're gonna be doing this. In addition, there is a registration for Stop the Bleed training, and we're gonna be doing Stop the Bleed training with emergency management, Walton County Fire Rescue, and South Walton Fire District. We're gonna do some fire extinguisher training. There's gonna be games and other activities, and raffles and things like that. Chris Smith has agreed to be the MC, and did a donation through his company as well. So that's that, and I encourage all of you to come down. It's from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. down at Hammock Bay. We are having our EOC activation exercise on September 16th. It's going to be a full day, but we're breaking that day into 2 half-days. So the first half of the day is going to be our A shift, day shift folks that activate. We'll have an overlap, do an operational period briefing, and then have the overnight shift come in at about 11:30 till 4 o'clock. So we're going to run that exercise on the 16th. And then last, we have, about 10 years ago, we came up with a mission and vision statement. And last week, we did a strategic planning conference, or strategic planning meeting with the department. This was our old mission and vision. And last week, we actually came up with a new mission and vision that more adequately reflects the department, what we do, and reflects upon the county, which is our mission driven by integrity, service, and accountability. We collaborate with community partners, residents, and visitors to prevent harm, prepare wisely, respond effectively, and recover stronger. And our vision is to empower everyone to build a safer, smarter, and stronger community before, during, and after emergencies. So That was the last thing I wanted to leave you all with.
Thank you very much for
Thank
all
you.
the hard work that you and your team do, really. We mean it.
Thank you.
You do a great job.
And we really appreciate the support we get from all the commissioners and county administration and, you know, the different departments and partner agencies, because emergency management's a team sport. We can't do it by ourselves, so
Right.
we need the assistance, so, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Goldberg, I'd like to nominate Commissioner Glidewell for the next MRE tasting contest. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Hey, we were in it together. I didn't let you do it by yourself.
There ain't enough sugar in it.
It wasn't that bad, wasn't
Okay.
that good.
All right, I
but-
believe you.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Jeff.
You all want to be sure to be one of the first 500 so you can fill your bucket and get all the goodies. That's Saturday, the 13th of September. Okay, let's see, Brad Alford.
Brad Alford, Facility Maintenance. Commissioners, we wanted to give you guys an update on the Morrison Springs summer entry program that we had. I want to thank you guys for allowing us to have it. From a maintenance standpoint, it really cut down on our work orders, so we appreciate you guys letting us do this. Our attendants did a really good job of staying on top of the routine maintenance, like keeping the garbage picked up, the bathrooms cleaned and stocked. So we hope moving forward that we can continue this program each summer, but we do need some direction on, originally we were going to stop it for the season on September the 7th. So we just wanted to make sure that was still the board's wishes.
Sounds good to me.
How busy is it on the weekends?
How busy is it on the weekends?
It's still pretty busy on the weekends. We average about 170 cars during the summer months, but since school has started back, we're down to about 90 a week, or a day, excuse me.
I do have, I think I asked you when you came by, since the Lake Cassidy incident, and then I've heard some of those folks were at Morrison Springs. Then they're closing Lake Cassidy down, as far as I know, for the rest of the year. So I'd be inclined to hang on to what we got for maybe another week or two. I mean, it's up to the board, but those folks got to go somewhere.
And I've got the money to cover it if y'all wanted to extend it a few more weeks.
I think, extending it is a wise choice,
Okay.
at least till it gets a little colder. And, but I will say this. This is one of the best as far as compliments on the one end and lack of complaints on the other. This is probably one of the best things we've done in years because last year, I mean, it was a daily thing to get complaints.
Yep.
And there wasn't anybody saying we was doing a good job.
No, last year it was trending in the wrong direction, so this
And-
program did a good job of turning that around.
And I
Appreciate
have
you and your
had-
staff.
Yes,
I
sir.
have had nothing but good, and people are saying that this has made the place a better and better for their family to enjoy. It's I got one email that the guy said he had to wait an hour and a half to get into the gate because of it was full and they only let people in when somebody leaves.
Yes.
He said, and it was the best experience they had had all summer, and that he was extremely happy with how things were. So if somebody waits an hour and a half and they're still happy, I think that's a good thing.
Yes,
So,
sir.
I think, we certainly want to do it next year, and, I think it wouldn't hurt to expect to let it go for a little bit longer.
When you say a little bit longer, what do you recommend?
I'm fine with going through the end of September if y'all would like to go that far.
October 1.
Or October
Well, the
1st.
end of September,
Mhm.
the 30th.
Yep.
Is everybody good with that?
Do we need a
Just
motion?
keep it out of the fiscal year.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Okay.
Uh,
Do we need a motion for that? Yes, okay.
Motion to extend to October 1st.
Second.
Or to
It's
September
September
30th.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the audience? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Thank you
Can-
very much.
Thank you,
Can we
Commissioner.
also,
But hang on, Brad.
can we also, make a motion to go ahead and extend, or to go ahead and approve this program for next year? So
So,
there's no more question about it? I'll make that motion too.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. Any comment from the audience?
I have one comment. Brad, the point of sale system, you got that up and running, but we had not started it, right?
We have not started it. We have the equipment in as of about 2 weeks ago, and we just kind of made the call since the season was about to come to an end, not to start charging this late in the season.
Right.
But we should be able to pick that up starting next year.
Next,
So
you'll be
we-
ready to go?
So I
Okay.
include that in that motion.
I'll include that in the motion.
Is it included in your second?
Yes.
Okay, so motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you very much. We're,
Thanks, Brett.
we're ahead of things right now with getting you
Don't
ready for
tell
next
nobody.
year, so that's
Don't tell
great.
nobody.
That's great. Thank you very much. Shane Supple.
Madam Chair, while he's coming up, I have a conflict of interest on this, and I have filed the proper paperwork. I will
Okay.
not be voting.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Shane Supple, Parks and Recreation Director. Before you, we have a request to award invitation to bid 2519 to the lowest, most responsive bidder, Emerald Coast Constructors, and request to approve and authorize the chair to sign contract number 2519 with Emerald Coast Constructors for the construction of the Eagle Springs Golf Course Phase 1 maintenance building in the amount of $1,469,728.30. This has been a 4 years in the making process. I believe we had 7 responsive bidders, and this was the only one that was within the budgeted amount that we had budgeted. So that's where we're at. It's been a long process to try to get here. Every one of you have been there and know that the maintenance buildings that are out there have been there since the mid-50s. So this building will mostly house almost all the equipment that we have out there, the mowers, the fairway mowers, which are huge machines, all that kind of stuff. And then once this is done, we'll be able to knock down the old buildings and do the playground and the pickleball courts and the other stuff and make it truly a rec center.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this contract. Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you very much and good luck with that.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, for the record, will you say?
Oh, I'm
for?
sorry.
Three.
Three.
3-0.
He did not vote. Yes. No, 3-0.
3-0.
3-0.
Correct.
Oh, okay, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Stephen, are you back up?
I'm going to handle this one, Madam Chair, to Steve Stevens to walk up to the
Okay,
podium. This is a
okay.
request to continue this Thursday, August 28th, 2025 land use meeting and all hearings therein to the September 9th, 2025 Board of County Commissioners meeting. The effect of this is to move the whole meeting and every item therein, which will preserve all notices. New notices will not be required to be transmitted because we're continuing it to a date certain. At that time, the board will then take up and have those matters heard. To clarify one specific item, there is one item that is a request to either be continued to this, or to be forwarded to the special magistrate for hearing or to be heard by the board. Based on this, the board will have 3 choices on September 9th. 1, to hear it itself. 2, to transmit it to the magistrate, or 3, continue it to another date to have it heard. But this preserves all options and is equally true where you can hear or continue any of those. But all notices will be preserved. The presumption is that the matters will be heard with decisions reached on the 9th. In that case, it will either be heard by the board or sent to the magistrate unless the board takes further continuance. So if I may have that motion to continue the meeting and all items thereon.
Motion to continue.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I'd like to ask that because we're moving this and Echelon has already been in the mix, so it's the one of the few left, if there are any others besides this one, that it's the board's decision whether to hear it or to whether to send it to DOA, as he mentioned. But what I don't want to do is I want to be able to make sure that the people that want to speak are going to be able to be there. And if we say now that on September 9th, we'll make the decision whether we're going to hear it at the later meeting rather than at that meeting. Otherwise, they may all have to show up at that meeting, and then we may not make that decision. So can we put in the motion that we will make the decision on the 9th whether or not we're going to hear it or give it to DOA, and then if we are going to hear it, that we hear it at the later meeting?
That is to the board's discretion. I will say, Madam Chair, my recommendation on this one is the same as on East Nursery, that if the board does choose to forward it to DOA, because this one came in the middle of the process, that you allow the public at whatever meeting you make that transmittal to give public comment to this board and have that full record sent up for consideration to allow the magistrate to determine what weight, if any, to give those comments. So if we do that, it may well be the public wants to be there to have that comment included if the board does transmit it up.
So
And that's what you
what's
did with
your-
East Nursery.
What do you want to add to the motion?
It's up to the board, and she's asking that the board agree that it will not actually conduct a full quasi-judicial hearing on Echelon on September 9th if it is not transmitted to the magistrate, that the hearing would be on a later date.
So that the people would
I'll
know
add-
that they need to be there.
I'll add that to the motion.
Thank you. Okay. Will you add that to the second? Okay, so what we've done is we're moving the decision to the September 9th meeting. We will decide at that time whether the board is going to hear Echelon or if we're going to send it to DOA. At that time, we will decide, we will not hear it and we will not have the speaking from the citizens. So we will give them an opportunity to know what date it will be. But it won't be a re-notice because that notice is being carried forward. So I know it sounds confusing, but I hope you understand. If you have any questions, feel free to call. But we have a motion and a second. Any comments from the audience? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, Melissa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our next item is a request for approval of the amended nonprofit agency funding policy. If you'll remember back at the July 8th meeting, the board directed staff to bring back revisions to this nonprofit funding program for consideration. This came from a sports team that had come before the board to request funding, and the program as it was currently written did not allow for an organization to come outside of the established nonprofit funding grant program to make that request. There was also some discussion that day regarding a potentially opening up sometimes a second program and whether or not you might want to have a smaller program for smaller awards. So we tried to just take care of opening this up for more board discretion in the grants program by just stating on an annual basis and in conjunction with preparation of the budget, the BCC would determine the number of nonprofit funding programs to be open for application, the overall budgets for the program or programs, limits on individual awards, and any other award criteria. And we also just specified that funding budgeted to be awarded at the discretion of the BCC during the fiscal year will not fall under that nonprofit agency funding policy. But we did also include a caveat in that saying, however, agencies requesting funding during the fiscal year must show that the request could not have been foreseen and made through the annual nonprofit agency funding process.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any conversation from the board? Any comments? Any comments from the audience? Yes, Barbara.
Good afternoon, Barbara Morano. I had the opportunity to be on one of these committees, in fact, the most recent committee, when we ranked all of the nonprofits. And I was very impressed with the professionalism of the initial organization of it, of the actual date of the meeting, and of the conclusions that we came to. And I am fully behind all of the conclusions that that team came through without being any alternative, without them having any reason to favor one over the other. It was very straight. I think what I'm seeing here, and if you can explain, when we entered this program, we did not know how much money you even wanted to spend. When we totaled up everything, it was a total of $500,000 that we were looking at. So this really didn't come into play necessarily. What we did is we looked at each application, we looked at the need, we made a decision, and I think it came to about $150,000, something like that at the end. So what I'm concerned about is, are we still open to how much money you want to give to these agencies? Is that what this paragraph says? Ms. Thomason?
This is simply a change to the policy, and it says on an annual basis, the board will determine that. The next item is the list of organizations where we'll be requesting how much the board would like to award, and if they would like to place any caps on totals.
So basically, this is, allows people to come back at a later time during the year and ask for funding.
That I understand, but going into this process, do we have a cap on how, there's no cap?
I think we're going to
Okay.
discuss that next.
Next,
That's
I
next.
believe.
Okay.
Well, the
All right.
the award for the fiscal year 26 will come up in each future year to be done as part of the budget process,
Correct.
is what this
Right.
policy is saying.
So at the budget process, you'll say we're going to give $200,000. We're going to give 300.
Or
Is that
whatever
what
the
you're
amount.
saying? So for the first time, you're putting an amount on it. Is that what I'm hearing?
It's always going to be
If
up
the
to the
board agrees.
discretion of the board.
Okay,
There's not a fixed limit being set.
okay, but there, okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion and a second to allow people to come at a later time throughout the year to ask for funding. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
Madam Chair, can we take a small break?
Yes, we can. That was 3-1. Okay. We are still on Melissa, and we are on number 29.
Yes, ma'am. Number 29 is an update and request for direction regarding the nonprofit agency funding program for fiscal year '26. The attachment to this agenda item provides a list of the ranking and the amounts requested for all the agencies this year on this first page. The total amount requested is $477,820. And so staff is requesting some guidance regarding what you would like to fund overall and whether you would like to place any caps on those amounts funded.
Can we just have a motion to approve the list?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, for discussion, I think that we're getting out of control, and as we continue in this path, that we're just going to be really out of control. And I think that if we come up with an amount like $250,000 and cut it off at that, and since they've been ranked by a committee, we could, the first 10, I think, would fall under the 250, and 11 would get whatever's left, and then we could, and that would be it. That would be my suggestion. And as far as individual award limits that you're asking about, I think $25,000 maximum, it would be reasonable. Anybody else? Commissioner Curry.
I'm going to agree with some of that. At some point, we got to put something into place that's going to carry on year after year. I mean, I'm a believer in a cap, 25, 30,000 cap. Also, you know, we need to set an amount. Is it 200,000? Is it 250? Last year it's 190. This year it's almost 500,000. I mean, is next year going to be 750,000? The next year going to be $1 million? I think we need to somewhere draw a line, and then we need to disperse them, you know, I guess as best as we can evenly throughout these different agencies. I mean, they're all good agencies, but I mean, you know, we told the TDC to chop their funding by about 33%. So it's kind of, you know, ironic that we want to go up 100% on ours. So, I mean, you know, if we're going to speak about, you know, fiscal responsibility, we got to start sometime. So.
Well,
Commissioner Gladwell?
Cutting at the top 10 cuts out the early, the Safe Connections.
No, that would get the difference, because that doesn't, if you go to 250, when you get to 10, it's about, I haven't added it up perfectly, but around 230, which would give 20,000 for number 11.
But 20,000 isn't enough. If you've talked to these people, that's the only place between Pensacola and Tallahassee, except for Fort Walton Beach, which is on the ropes, where these families can exchange these children. So if we don't fund them, then that's going to cut that out, and that's an important thing. When you're saying a child can't see their parents, that's bad, and they need that money. You're also cutting out Tivoli Historical Society. You're cutting out Aliquot Animal Refuge. I mean, you're cutting out Main Street to Funiac. You're cutting out the Coastal Seniors.
Do you want to drop it to maybe 25 each instead of the 45 and 30?
No, I want to approve it just like it is, because I think every one of these is important to our community, and every one of these can justify the need for the money. So, I mean, I Point Washington Medical Clinic, they do a lot of good work.
They're in the top 10.
But, you know, all of them can justify these dollars. And, you know, we're talking, we waste money in things that aren't really applicable or don't really help our people. But I would submit that the majority of these programs help our people. I mean, coastal seniors, I mean, we're really gonna cut them? And,
These were all ranked by the committee.
but I think they should all get exactly what, and now the list below, I think we could look at, maybe. But I did have a question.
The list below was
This
last year.
year's.
Oh, the list below was last year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, then, this list, I think, every one of them is has a good story, and they impact, most of them are about children. And, I mean, Boy Scouts is number 20. And, I do realize they're doubling their funding, but, you know, I was in Boy Scouts. Boy Scouts does a lot to make young men good men. And $5,000 is a minimal investment to make little boys into good men. And I could go up and down the list. I don't see much fluff in there.
Well, a lot of them have asked a lot more than they were awarded last year. For instance, Matrix was 10,000 last year, and this year they're asking for 45. That's quite a jump.
And I
Well-
think Safe Connection went from 20 to 100.
They did, and I'm gonna be honest with you about number 11. Those folks came to see me, and they were talking about, I think it was 40,000 last year,
They received 20.
20, and they were wanting to go up to 40. Because these ladies who are doing this, they're working these jobs at almost minimum wage and no benefits, none. And, I mean, we do provide the building and we take care of the building, but they are scraping the barrel. And most of them, I mean, they're working way over the hours at way under the money. And when they told me their story, I said, well, y'all need to ask for 100,000 because you can justify 100,000. And that's to help children who are already in trouble. And like I said, most of these programs are helping children. And, you know, y'all can call me a liberal. You can call me a bleeding heart. You can call me whatever you want to. I don't care. I am not in favor of cutting children, and then some of it's animals. The Tivoli Historical Society, if you've ever been to that gym and if you've ever met with Eddie Buck, they are doing good work and they are taking care of what they've got. And $7,500 pays the light bill. There are 350 children in that program. I mean, and all we're doing is paying the light bill for that. That's what that $7,500's for. And Matrix does a lot, and I mean, they do a lot of good stuff for a lot of people. And I'm in favor of giving every one of them exactly what's on this list, and I'll make that a motion. Well, I've already made that a
You've
motion.
made
Yeah,
a
yeah,
motion.
second discussion.
And you made him, yes, go
Yeah.
ahead.
And I don't mean this in a bad way, Commissioner Gladwell, but you brought out a dry erase board last week intended for me about what do you want to cut out, because I don't know how much money we have left, but you said, which one of them capital improvements do you want to cut out when it comes to lowering the millage? So I understand all these are worthwhile ventures, but when do we stop? Do we keep where's these money trees that we keep finding when it comes to all these projects? I mean, it's, well, we budgeted 97%, we got some extra on this, it seems like we have extra every time we come up here and there's a want placed before us. Wait a minute. We have to at least be physically responsible and cut a line somewhere. If you want everybody on here, then let's take 30-40% off of all of them. We got to find a compromise somewhere. I mean, a wise commissioner told me that it's all about compromise. So I think there's room to compromise in here somewhere with this. We can't just keep going out of control with this spending. We just can't.
Are these is this list as it is it included in the budget? Right
We
now?
have
The
not, we
preliminary
included
budget.
we did not want to overreach on board direction, so we included the same dollar amount as last year.
So 190 is for last year.
Well,
So we got to find $277,000 somewhere?
I don't think we should be up at 500,000. I think we're talking about taxpayer dollars is what we're talking about. So what do you all want us to do with your money?
Well,
I'll get
think-
with you just a second. I'll get with you.
I think if you ask most people, they're not gonna wanna cut these children's programs. And like I say, y'all can call me what you want to, but I am not in, and then Main Street, maybe, yeah, I mean, y'all don't live in Defuniak, so maybe it don't mean nothing to you. But 7, 8 years ago, downtown Defuniak was a ghost town. I mean, it was literally a ghost town. And Main Street, along with some good people like Mr. Henderson, have transformed Main Street into a viable, vibrant, commercial area once again. And $40,000 just isn't a lot of money to keep that going.
They have a pretty good budget.
Not really.
What they sent out 6 months ago looked like it was a pretty healthy budget.
What, Mr. Atkinson, you, about 100, 150, somewhere in there for Main Street?
I think it's lower than 150, but don't hold me to it. I've seen it at too many budget workshops, and they start to run together. If I may, Commissioners, just briefly, we were talking over here. If you took last year's list, which was $192,000, and awarded everybody on that list what they received last year, and dropped the ones that either have gone down in their ask or did not reapply, you would be at $154,500 off that list. I did ask Melissa because I was confused as well. The Family First Visitation Center was funded out of innovative programs under the court fees, judicial fees last year, and Pensacola has come back and said that that's not a viable use. So the $20,000 they got last year was not included in your number. But so that would be one consideration for the board is if you wanted to go back to where you were last year, if you just gave everybody on the list last year that reapplied their ask from last year, you get to 154.5, and so you shave that number back, but then you figure out where you go with the rest. But yeah, the Safe Connections, the number 11 we've talked about, was not included in your list because we found a way to get it out of the court fees, but that's not available anymore.
Well, now, and we funded Tivoli last year.
Because they had been funded through an interlocal agreement before, so we were able to leave them for their first year as an interlocal agreement, and with the caveat that next year you'll have to join the nonprofit program.
Well, I mean, like I said, you tell me what you want to cut, because now, there may be one or two on here that, but I don't see anything that, I mean, just glares at you that wouldn't be a good thing.
But we had a committee that ranked these, and we're going by their ranking, what they thought, and why did we have a committee
Well-
if we're just gonna give them all what they want?
The committee is a recommendation,
Right.
but we're the board. It's our responsibility. And, I mean, y'all may want to go tell them folks at Weston Wood that's another good program. And y'all may want to go tell them people you don't deserve to get any money, but I'm not going to do it. And I'm not going to cut any of them. Y'all can Y'all can cut them.
Well, that's exactly why I think we need a dollar amount every year, and we can't exceed
maximum.
it. Yeah, a maximum amount, and we can't exceed it every year. I mean, we're gonna have to compromise on this somehow. I don't know what that is. Maybe we go back to the drawing board and come back with some kind of lower number. I mean, there's some on there. I mean, I think I brought up before that's, I think Dog and Harmony is something to look at. I'm not sure exactly what the chamber does with our $12,000. They did $3,000 during COVID, so what justifies the $9,000 increase? Are they answering more phones now, or, you know, so there's a lot of questions I have on some of these.
It's our job to
I
find
don't,
that.
I really don't know what a bed for me is, so.
That's Lieutenant Wendell's
It's for
thing where
kids.
if they don't have
It's
a
for
bed,
kids?
if
Well,
they
then,
don't have a
there you
bed,
go.
then he buys them a bed.
Christmas Angels probably should be a church program, but I don't know that much about it.
They go through a process to buy Christmas gifts for kids.
Children.
Yes.
It's City Hall.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's, are we ready to let the audience?
Let-
Okay, Lee?
If they tell me I'm wrong, I'll renegotiate, but right now, I want all of them to get what they need.
Thank you. It's Lee Moore, M-O-O-R-E. And I think I'm just speaking as a citizen today, but I've got a little insight from a general perspective that I'd like to share about the nonprofit industry in general. So look, we've never applied for this program. We are not currently an applicant and don't have plans to. I can't say never say never, but we don't have a dog in this hunt right now. So I feel like it allows me to speak a little bit, you know, with some being able to step back from it. I just wanted to tell you, I've talked to a lot of people about this recently, and none of them had a clue that this was happening. But the nonprofit industry in general, the ground is shifting seismically under our feet rapidly. The state has been cutting funding to nonprofits now for a bit. Last year, they completely cut out all arts funding. And now the federal government is cutting a lot of nonprofit funding right and left. That's started, it's continuing. So I'll tell you what's happening to us at Scenic Walton. We've never received federal funding, and we don't receive any state funding outside of our license plate fees that we earn, which also is probably going to go away. So a lot of our traditional funders, we're finding now, are not funding us because they're shifting their dollars to organizations, other nonprofits that have lost federal and or state funding. So a lot of what you're seeing is probably that. Those organizations are losing funding that they've historically had from higher levels of government. And also, a lot of their needs are driven by the growth. You mentioned, Commissioner Johns, earlier, in this county. More people means more needs. And so I agree that this should be heavily vetted because you have a responsibility with taxpayer dollars. But I just wanted to say that there are things happening out there that are impacting the entire nonprofit industry. And Commissioner Gleibel, I think it was you that mentioned this when this came up at a previous meeting. But a lot of these nonprofits are doing things that are keeping people in the end analysis from needing government assistance. And whether it's keeping young men out of prison or Aliqua keeping animals out of the county shelter, that stuff, it may not happen all within a given funding time frame, but over time, that matters. So I'm just encouraging you to think about those things when you make your decisions. I'm not saying, hey, go fund everybody, because honestly, I don't know enough about the program and the applicants. But I am saying there are some important things that are changing for the nonprofit industry, and we're really all out there just trying to do good things. So I just wanted you to be aware of that and keep it in mind if you weren't already.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Shannon O'Connors. I'm Executive Director for Safe Connections.
I realize that we have asked for a significant increase since our last award. However, we're not asking for something that we don't need. We typically will file for grants. We do state and federal grants. They're open for domestic violence, child neglect, domestic violence, or abuse of children. But when you look at, break it down, we don't qualify. We can't apply for some of those grants. We are crime prevention, so we can apply for like the Ed Byrne grants, but in addition, we have our sheriff's department who also needs the Ed Byrne grants. So we rely currently right now on you to keep that service in our community. They're supervised visitations, they're court ordered. We do monitored exchanges because you do not want your kiddo in an exchange at the Walmart parking lot and being able to witness a domestic violence case. And have our officers have to come out there and the child see that, because it's long life for them. It's not just that moment. They reap it all throughout their life. Later down the road, seeing mom and dad fight, and that's all that they're going to remember. So we're trying to prevent that. We're helping the sheriff's department keep those domestic violence calls down, and if we're not there, who's it coming back on? There's no court orders. If our services are not in your county, there isn't a place for them to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Yes, ma'am. I'll get you next.
Hey there, I'm Carly Barnes. I'm the Executive Director of Caring and Sharing of South Walton, an organization that has served Walton County residents for 30 years. The reason you see this number continuing to grow is because the needs of our community are growing. I started with the organization in 2020 and we were maybe seeing 200 or 300 families a month. Earlier this year, we were seeing over 900 families needing access to food, financial assistance, help with past due rent, past due utilities, connection to other resources, counseling, and case management. I know you all know Walton County does not have a homeless shelter, nor do we have a lot of resources to meet the needs of the homeless. And yes, they do exist in Walton County. 50% of the families we see live right here in South Walton, with 25% in Freeport and 25% in Defuniak. We are not affiliated with any other Caring and Sharing in Walton County or surrounding counties. For the last several years, we've asked for $20,000 from the county, and we've received 10, which we are so grateful for. But that is half of our budgeted amount of financial assistance per year. We have a $1.3 million budget. That has also significantly grown over the last 5 years, and we appreciate every dollar. A lot of the nonprofits in this room can tell you, oftentimes we're looking under couch cushions for funds to help continue our programs and protect and serve and make sure the Walton County, the families of Walton County are healthy. So this funding is really necessary for our work. It helps us make sure our neighbors in need stay in housing with working utilities so that they can continue being productive citizens of the county. We see over 1,100 children each month, close to 3,000 individuals. Walton County, unlike other surrounding counties, we have a lot of nonprofits here, but a lot of them are based in Okaloosa County. Have you tried recently during the summer to get from Walton County to Okaloosa County on limited resources? Having to leave work early, having to use gas, even getting south to the south end for our services is challenging for a lot of the families we see. So I just want to encourage all of you that as you continue this process and this funding that we are also very grateful for, that, you know, while I appreciate Commissioner Gladwell's stance on giving us all the funding, really, I think that makes all of us happy. I know that's not realistic, but I would encourage you to get the nonprofits in a room and help you put a process in place that can help us continue serving the residents of Walton County so that you do not have to also take that on. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, appreciate that. The lady, you don't have your hand up, but you did a couple of times, yes.
Candy Nowling, Executive Director with the Matrix Community Outreach Center. So I'm not going to beat a dead horse. We've done this several times, and you know the stats, you know the services we provide. I just want to remind you guys, we're not doing anything that we want to do. We have to do what we need to do for these people, okay? When you guys address this money every time, when I sit here and I listen to you guys talk about all the other stuff you're funding, you're constantly talking about increase. You're talking about increase in salaries, you're talking about increase in budgets because of the cost of living. All of that affects people in need too. Just like Carla was talking about, we work with caring and sharing, the impact that we all have on these individuals. If we don't get monies that we need, and we're not, like she mentioned and like Ms. Moore mentioned earlier, we're losing Department of Children and Family Services, we're losing housing assistance in our area, we're losing prevention and assistance in our area. So if we don't get the funding to provide the services, what do you want us to do with those individuals? When those people are being evicted from their homes that we don't have the money to assist, where do you want us to send them? What do you want us to tell them? Because what's going to happen is they're going to be on your streets. So I know that, like she mentioned, I appreciate the idea. I know that you guys don't have endless trees of money. I know that you have to budget for these things. But I feel like when you guys are talking about it and you're mentioning the fact that we asked for certain amounts in previous years, it's because when we do come to you guys, we come humbly requesting money that we know you don't have just to give out. We're trying to do the best we can, but as those numbers are increasing at our doorstep, we have to pass that on to you guys. We have to let you know what it is that your people, as you talk about, need from you as their representatives. And unfortunately, the people that we service a lot of times don't get to come and sit in these rooms. They don't have that option. They don't get to come and tell you that they have those needs. They come to us, and so these numbers are a representation of our people asking you for what they need. And I know, I've done this for 13 years. I know the stigma that goes along with the clients. People think that they're dirty and smelly and that they don't make an effort and that they don't try to do better for themselves. I service people who have 3 jobs. I service people who are senior citizens, who are veterans, who are doing things that they have to do to survive because disability doesn't give them enough money to live off of, or they have a medical condition that doesn't allow them to work for themselves. These are not just people. We have an extensive vetting process that all of us go through to service the clients. People don't just walk in and ask us for something and we just freely give them money. So all I ask is that you guys think about that when you're thinking about these. And if you are going to have agencies that and committees that rank our applications, we spend a lot of time and effort in putting those applications together to try and show you and speak to you about what it is we're doing. And so I just ask that you take all of that into consideration when you're making the decision about the money.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Wait a minute, wait. No, not you, I'm sorry.
No, I want to talk to her. I mean,
Quickly, okay? We've got a long way to go.
Ms. Dowling, you're familiar with Tom Baker, right?
Yes, sir, I am.
I
work
met with Tom last week, and this is not, I'm just telling you
Oh, I
that
know.
this is for board information. They're not giving, the federal government's not giving the money for Mr. Baker, for urban renewal or urban housing.
I know, we have 47 clients that was just referred for vouchers that they can't get.
Here's what we got a choice of, especially with what you're saying. I agree with Commissioner Glidewell. Each one of these in their own way are helping the county, just like with the Tivoli Center, just like with most of them. We've got a choice of helping your group, helping Mr. Baker, helping everybody on this list. Freeport City Christmas Angels. You ever been where a child didn't get a present for Christmas? That happens quite a bit. So we got a choice. We got a choice of paying money now that is, yeah, I agree. Maybe some of these programs should be cut down. Not all of them, but maybe some. But do you want the streets of our small cities covered with homeless? Because that's what's going to happen with a lot of these organizations. Do you want parents swapping kids and beating the crap out of each other? That happens quite a bit in divorces. So we've got, I think everyone on this list is justified for their ask. I think this is a situation where we're gonna pay now a smaller amount, or we're gonna pay later a huge amount. Do we want our communities sending more of their kids to jail? Do we want animals to be running the street? Laurie Hood has been a hero to the animal community. She's worldwide known. She's not asking for that much. And the services every one of these people here ask for are needed. The federal government is not going to grant you money forever. State government's not going to grant you money. And it's unfortunate that they're throwing it on the county, but it has to be done by the county as of right now. And I don't see one of these that we should cut. The seniors who are dear to my heart, they use my building, they're nice people. I think last year they asked for 25. And this year they cut it to 5. So there may be some that can cut it. But we also have to remember, these are our citizens. These are taxpayers too. I mean, just because somebody's poor and all, doesn't mean they don't pay sales tax. They don't pay different kind of taxes. So I think these are all need to be funded. It's not an easy thing to cut people back, but everything on this list, Children Neighborhood Center in crisis.
Let's let the rest of the people talk.
Well, Madam Chair, I haven't spoken on this issue yet. I'm just not quite through yet. I'll finish up in just a second, if you'll beg me the
Well,
time.
we had done the
And-
hours
and-
and we were letting the
and-
community talk.
And I didn't get a chance to talk. I didn't want to talk, but when she came up here, I want to just say that. I think we're making a mistake if we don't fund this program, these programs.
I would just
Thank
like
you.
to say too.
I got a solution if y'all
Wait, what can
spitball it.
let me run this meeting, please. Barbara Morano, please come up.
While she's coming up, I'd just like to point out that to incarcerate somebody costs a whole bunch more money than this.
Barbara Morano, I gave you a hint before when I got up. I was on the committee. Yes, we do make recommendations. You make the final decisions. But you do have a committee. And quite honestly, if you agree this whole list, we might as well chuck all the hours we spent, and I say spent. I didn't just look at a list from 1 to 21. I sat at a computer for hours looking at their IRS statements. I didn't save anything to bring up to you right now because that's all confidential. I looked at their IRS statements, I looked at their fundraising, I looked at their salaries, I looked at how many people were in each program. This was not a 1 to 21 rank them. Everyone on that committee spent hours looking at the financials. You had some of the directors up here. I know one of them, Caring and Sharing, I'm very familiar with that program, but they are on the list. They got ranked 4. You had the Matrix person come out. She's ranked number 3. So we did look at that. We did look at the IRS, and we did look at number 11. Now, you go from 12 to 21. Commissioner Anderson, you talked about the seniors. I'm a member of that Coastal Seniors. I don't think I really want to go into what they want that money for. That's not appropriate at this point. But it was not about children, and it was not about beds. It was about, if you really want to know, I'll tell you, but it was not, they were not going to get that grant for a lot of reasons, and we talked about it. If you want to do some kind of, and also, and I don't want to get into politics, but Republicans have a strong fiscal responsibility. And we looked at the budget. You heard about the budget, that they wanted to reduce our tax, and then you had a big discussion on that. And now we're talking about $500,000. And we rank them. And I'm telling you, you're not seeing the IRS statements. You're not seeing what we saw. Now, if you want a kind of a compromise, look at the 1 to 11, and if you have to increase the family visitation, but quite frankly, why doesn't the sheriff pick that up in their budget? That to me is very related to the sheriff, and if I remember a conversation, we said that. You know, Chamber of Commerce, I can look, I get their emails, they're doing a big fundraiser. They're having a golf course tournament in Camp Creek. And in fact, Alaqua, they, you know, I know Lee Moore got up here and talked about 501c3s, but a lot of these organizations do high-end fundraising, and you're not seeing that right now, but I did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The blonde lady right there with the black top, yes. Only because your hand I've seen up for a little bit, so come on, there are a few others.
Hi, my name is Stacy Salatich. I'm the Director of Philanthropy at Alaqua Animal Refuge, so thank you for this time. I appreciate your kind words today. I think everyone here knows that Alaqua is in the business of rescuing and rehabilitating animals. We have over 500 under our care at any point in time, but the money that we applied for, the program that we applied for money for, goes 100% to children. It goes to educating children, and the teachers are God's creatures and the great outdoors. And I just wanted to make sure that I made that distinction for all of you today, because this really is about the children. And I was really happy at last month's budget meeting when I heard the chairwoman say, we just don't have enough outdoor venues for our kids to enjoy. What better experience than to spend a half a day, a whole day, or sometimes we do 2 to 3 day field trips for different schools to be in the great outdoors, to not be on their screens, to learn from the animals and to learn from nature. And what a great way to teach empathy and to teach how to care about animals and to teach children about respect. Because all of those things, when you learn those through animals, that tends to spread towards your human interactions as well. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to make that distinction.
Thank you
for
very much.
Alaqua. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Todd?
Initially, I had something totally different planned to say, but after listening to everyone. So, and someone mentioned it, I think we have to solve the problem. This is, I mean, I think this is the 4th meeting in a row we've talked about nonprofits. I believe there was a young lady up here for at least a couple of meetings and going around. I think we have to solve the problem going forward. There should be, and maybe it's a volunteer position, but there should be some center of excellence for nonprofits where all the nonprofits come together and we talk about fundraising. I don't believe that it should fall as a burden on the county or the government to contribute to every single need and want. At some point, we have to be self-sufficient as human beings and as a community. And I believe this is a community need. And I believe that I've proven, Mr. Glidewell, that I am a bleeding heart. And if you talk to my wife, my rear end hurts too when that happens, because my wife is a CPA and an auditor, and so I give money a lot, and I've proven that. And I just, as Mr. Glidewell, anything around children, especially small children, girls specifically, women specifically, dogs. But I think we have to solve the problem going forward, because next year we'll be here again. So I'm willing to do my part as a community citizen and try to help create a center of excellence for nonprofit so that we can work together as a community, as a group of nonprofits, to come up with what's possible. I don't know what's possible. I've not participated in the nonprofit sector before. I've certainly given. My brother has spent the last 30 years as the chaplain for the Boy Scouts in the Chattanooga, Tennessee area. He is the chaplain for the Boy Scouts, and he does that without children and boys in the Boy Scouts because his 2 sons didn't want to participate, but Tim has given his life to the Boy Scouts. Many, many nights and weekends and vacations and paid time off to the Boy Scouts. So I'll talk to him to see how they do things, but I just think we have to come together as a community to solve the problem. I don't know what happens this year, I think you have to lean on the committee that you tasked to review these. And perhaps you guys need to meet with the committee and talk through it before you make a decision today. I don't know. But anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Todd. Yes, ma'am.
Nancy Bound, B as in boy, O-W-N. I'm with Dog Harmony. I just want to clarify that our program with the Reading Education Assistance Animals, last year we did request $1,000. We received it and we're extremely grateful. This year, the need for children and literacy, the numbers are declining, the teachers are spread thin, and working with specialized individuals, the teachers don't have time. In Okaloosa County, we're in 8 schools and we have a wait list. They understand the importance of this organization, of what we do for the community, and how it affects our children. In Walton County, we really need to focus. I grew up here. I would like us to be in every elementary school. You know, that's not realistic for right now. We do need to increase the number of dogs we have in the schools. We do work with Westonwood Ranch. We do work with Early Learning Coalition. We do work with Children in Crisis. So many on this list. We're using our animals as a bridge for communication and also trying to increase reading. We've used the dogs as a positive reinforcement for maybe an individual that has no focus, and we've increased focus for children with autism from 1 second to up to 30 seconds. That doesn't sound like a lot, but it does if that's your child. So I just want to be very clear. I know there's mismessaging with Dog Harmony. We do not have budget for marketers. We are all, I am not a volunteer. I make $40,000 a year and I probably work 80 hours a month, a week. I wish, then I could enjoy our beautiful community. But also too, you know, everybody's struggling right now. And I know there has to be cuts and I know that there has to be a decision. But I just really wanted you to know what our focus was, how we serve these people, how we serve our community, in case there's been something lost in the mismatch of our marketing or how we have presented ourselves in the grant.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yes, ma'am, in the back.
Gabrielle Hamilton, Hamilton. I am with the Walton Area Chamber, serving for 10 years alongside my CEO, Megan Harrison. We are lifelong Walton County residents. I graduated from Paxton, she graduated from Walton, and we want nothing more for our kids to live here and grow up here. And so today I wanted to share how for 100 years we've been helping Walton County grow, thrive, and prosper. We are your friend, we are your ally, and we are your partner. There is a reason why our office is right there. There's a reason why our Defuniak office is within walking distance of the courthouse annex and county offices. We were created to be a partner of the county. In some ways we do that. You might not know that we are the point of contact for anyone looking to relocate here, invest here, visit here, engage here. Disgruntled citizens that yell at us all the time because they think we're the county and we own the beaches, in which we don't. But I wanted to share that our staff fields dozens of calls and walk-ins each week related to retirees, veterans, entrepreneurs, and new families seeking services in our county such as housing, schools, healthcare, permitting, utilities, and so much more. This isn't just chamber work that we're doing. We are providing a service to our county. Other highlights, we activate during emergencies. We sit in the bunker with you guys during hurricanes and natural disasters. We staff the ESF 18 business and industry sector, which provides information to our public and keeps our economy stable. We are the creator of the Walton County map that is found in y'all's visitor center and hotels, Airbnbs, rentals, and lots of offices, including the city of Freeport and the city of Defuniak. We also partner with the TDC and the Walton County Tourism Department. We directly send people from our office across the seat to the visitor center to get information and to purchase merchandise. We also have, for many years, supported business recruitment and expansion here in Walton County. Many of you knew we helped Mayor Sexton and Paxton get the Dollar General there. Other things that we have done is right now we serve as the informal visitor center of Defuniak Springs, filling a real gap that we have for our northern residents and guests. We create relocation packets for people moving here. We provide support to the school system. We provide speakers. We provide leadership training. We provide the Shark Tank program that their business students go through, all at no cost to them. We connect students with real-life work opportunities through our work-based learning programs with the state of Florida. We advocate for Walton County and Tallahassee. We go before the state representatives and the senators and ask for funding for our residents and our infrastructure. We also host the Small Business Development Center at our office for no cost to any citizen in Walton County that would like business development. We do house Leadership Walton, which a lot of you have gone through, and I'm so excited. That includes Dale Carnegie. And I want to leave at, our chamber doesn't exist for just its members. We exist for this county. We are partners building resilience, opportunity, and pride. As the scripture reminds us, let your light shine before others, that they may see your good works, and that they may glorify our Father. That is what we strive to do every day.
Thank you very much. I'm going to close public comments at this time, and go ahead. Commissioner Curry wanted to speak first. Go ahead.
So Melissa, now bear with me, y'all. The managed beach chair vending, that's been taken up for fiscal year '25. What do we have so far on the books for fiscal year '26?
Same thing, the 1.53 million, and I think there was still the $30,000 that was not utilized.
So what if,
Okay, never mind, scratch that.
so what if we took for next year until we can do some workshops and get this thing ironed out a little better, $250,000 out of next year's managed share vending to add to the 190 that you've already budgeted, and then we have to figure out $30,000 in cuts.
And for the record, it's 132.4 is what you said, Melissa?
1.53.
No, I'm referring to the number if you back out what was given
Oh, I'm
last year
sorry.
to that. It was a little less than 154. That's because one didn't reapply at all.
So
There's one that was a
she just
complete
said that
removal.
she's had budgeted 190, so I was just trying to figure out a way to.
Well, that would
to
get
put
you
250.
more than $30,000 in cuts because there's more than $30,000 that did not reapply
It
if you
would-
stuck with last year's number.
It would get you, if you took the 192 that's already in there, you're saying add 250 to it, gets
Yeah.
you to 442, and 477,820 applied, so that would be about 35, it'd be 35,820.
So we just need to find $35,000, I mean,
And how
to
many
cut
did
out of
reapply?
that.
Why not?
We had already
Several,
discussed
but
that
we
we
had
were
a lot of
going
new
to
ones.
have a discussion on what we were doing with that managed beach vendor money
So
at a
we're-
future meeting.
So we're having
We're
it.
discussing it now.
Yeah,
What
well,
about,
I don't-
but what
wait.
about 300? Would you go for 300?
As long as we can
That
get
way
on
we
the
don't have to
books,
cut anybody.
as long as we can get on the books that we have to figure this out for the next year. I mean, we have to have a plan going forward. We can't just keep doing this every year. Next year, it's going to be $1 million. Next year, it's going to be $2 million. Let's get through this year. I was just trying to figure out an easy number, $250,000 out of the managed beach share vending. I mean, to me, there's more economic development in what I'm looking at right now than what we've had out of the EDA in 3 years. So I'm for that. So, I mean, all this money is going to be spent back in the community. So that's what I'm kind of looking at. And that coffer was made to help countywide, not a specific area. And we've all used a little bit of it for our special districts. I think next year we could use it towards this. That's my idea.
How
You
about
don't want it?
300 and we're all in?
The,
And I just want to point out that all of this is less than 1/100% of our budget. 500,000 out of a $324 million budget is not a lot to ask.
Well, and this money is not coming from taxes. It's coming
That's
from
coming from
the.
fees.
Yes, so.
And
I wouldn't
Commissioner,
hurt, it wouldn't hurt my feelings to take the whole 400 and something thousand out of it. That way there's no ad valorem money in it.
I was just going to add that we have 192 currently budgeted. It would take 285,820 to get to the 477,820 total request.
If we were going to use that money for something that's good, I mean, I'm looking at something that's good. So, and it's not taken out of our tax money. I know, Ms. Chairman Donna's a little frustrated with it, but.
It's just gonna continue to grow and grow and grow. and
Well,
there are gonna
that's
be
the
more people
stipulation
that are
in the
gonna
motion, that we have to
constantly-
have some
What's
workshops and
gonna be
everything
the-
else.
What's gonna be the what's gonna be the maximum? I mean, there's gonna be a cutoff, or is there not
That's
gonna
what
be
we
a
need to,
cutoff?
that's what we need to discuss.
And we
That's
just
what
passed a
I'd like to
policy.
discuss.
If you would be, if the board would be amenable to it, I will bring this back in January to get us, that's at a time that's before the budget really gets started, to discuss a cap for next year and
And
get some
I would
guidelines.
agree to a hard cap. And I would encourage those who are here today who are on this list to be judicious in what you ask for. Because y'all can see this is not easy to get you this money. So please be judicious. But I think taking the entire, just, what is it, $485,000?
477.
477? Take it all out of that beach money, and then the beach, I mean, you're doing good stuff. This is good things for our, and I'm telling y'all, as somebody who ran a jail, it's a lot cheaper to help a child not get in jail than it is to pay for them to be incarcerated. That county jail is costing us a fortune. And if we can keep one body out of there, that's a good thing. If we keep about 5 or 6, we paid for this. So,
Well, the only reason I suggested to add, because she's already budgeted to 190, what if there's something that Chairman Johns wanted something out of that money, or you next year? I think
It's still a
Mossy
million.
Head's on the agenda for some funding, so that's why I said she's already budgeted at 190. Let's just do the balance out of the
I agree with that. I'll
managed
change my
share.
motion to that.
So,
Well, I just don't think that, I
change
think
your
that,
second?
I think
Yeah,
that
I'll
it's
ch- I'll
just
change my second.
ridiculous that we even had a committee spend all the time they spent to go through, to her point, their IRS documents and everything else. We don't know what those reflected, but they do, and they came up with this list. Why did we ask them to take the time if we were just going to give everybody everything they ever asked for? It just doesn't make any sense to me. And I'm not going to vote for that, but you want to restate your motion? Or have you made?
That we fund this program with the budgeted money, and then take the remainder out of the beach chair fee money.
Well, we're going to need to be
But can
talking
we
about
add
that.
with the workshop? Can we add a
And it-
workshop for something all next year? Is that got to be a second motion or a second?
Can we make that all in one motion, Mr. Ankis?
I could just bring it back to you in January, because we'd have to come to you to get a date anyway, and see if you would like to go ahead and schedule a workshop then.
Well, I'd love some citizen input, like in a workshop setting, if that's
We can
possible.
do that.
And I'd like to see a hard cap before the ranking. I'd like to see a hard cap, and that be figured in.
And if you're amenable with it, I'll bring it back in January, because that is a slower time before the budget gets started, and we can iron that out first.
Okay. Can we vote?
You've got your motion, right?
Yeah.
And you've got the second.
Madam Clerk, you have the amended motion with the amended second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe we are on item 30. I am hereby advising you pursuant to 286.011 Florida statute that I am in need of the board's advice concerning litigation strategy and the type of expenses to be incurred in Piece of Paradise versus Walton County, a Walton County Circuit Court case number 21 CA 196, and therefore I'm requesting a motion to grant me authority to schedule and advertise for a special meeting to hold an executive session.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 31, in accordance with the real property acquisition policy, this is a large segment of land in a variety of parcels that is being presented for consideration of approximately 600 total acres in the purchase amount of $12 million. Commissioner Gladwell is more familiar with the details, but I believe the intent is to look at this as a North Walton Sports Complex or location thereof. The contract, if it is approved, merely places the board under contract The addendum, of course, incorporates all of our standard language where no money is hard until closing. This will be the start of our due diligence. We would need appraisals, wetland delineation, surveys, topography, and obviously our public works team would need to look at it, determine the availability of that to be done. So what I would specifically request is if the board is agreeable to this, that the board would approve and ratify the contract with the specific terms of the addendum being the controlling terms regarding closing.
Motion to approve.
This is the same thing that,
We have a motion
Ms.
and a
Donna,
second? Okay.
that Ms. Donna's Land and all that.
Exact same thing as Alderberry. You put it under contract so no one gets in front of you and you begin due diligence. We have to bring all the documents back, including everything we receive in terms of appraisals and everything else. Board can get out at no cost all the way up to basically the day of closing, or at least your board meeting right before closing.
All right, so we're just looking into this.
You're locking it down so you have first priority if you decide you want to do it. No obligation to buy at this point.
And I would just like to point out, not only is this property big enough to have a sports complex on, but it's also close enough that it would help not only Defuniak, but it would help Freeport.
Is this all of Defuniak, or is this part of the city?
Just
No,
outside.
It's outside,
It's
it's
outside.
about it's in Woodlawn.
Okay. So it's the other piece that's by
And
the
yeah,
golf course,
up at the
that's
court, yeah,
outside, okay.
that we hadn't brought yet. But, I mean, this one, like I said, this one would help Defuniak and Freeport.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to move forward with the contract. Any comments from the audience? Todd?
Mr. Gladwell, Ms. Johnson, will you explain, there's some confusion about, so it's $12 million, is that what it is? And
$12 million purchase.
It's just the land, and then there's plans for that land?
We've been on a nice journey to try to get a sports complex in Defuniak. And we looked at several parcels. For one reason or the other, they just didn't fit. This parcel is almost, it's north of Rock Hill Road, but it's almost half and half between Defuniak and Freeport. So we could build a sports complex. It's close enough to the interstate that it works. And it's also something that would, it's also close enough to Freeport that it would help Freeport to provide for some need. I mean, we got needs everywhere. The price is $12 million, 600 acres. It butts up to industrial, so there's no close neighbors that's gonna be offended by the lights and we're not talking that we're going to, we're just starting the process, much like we did with the Alderberry. And, there's a lot of questions to be asked and answered before we get to the point where we're spending any money on it.
No, I personally, I'm a sports fanatic with a capital F.
Yeah, so am I.
And I grew up loving sports. I love sports today. I don't believe any child should be turned away because of lack of resources or lack of ball fields and things like that. So, $12 million, is a heck of a lot of money. I think you said something about 60 million last year with some other property. 12 million is a lot better than 60. So, I'm all for exploring the opportunity. Numbers will be the numbers. And, it's just some confusion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Barbara?
Barbara Morano, this kind of took me by surprise. Commissioner Johns, maybe we can ask Commissioner Gladwell. I remember we paid $50,000 for a study. Am I correct that this property is related to that study? Okay.
Now, it's not one of the ones that was identified, but it's close.
But we had the study.
Yes.
The study talked about pros and cons. I would like to suggest, especially for the new commissioners on the dais, Brad Drake's not here, that we pull that study up in conjunction with what you're going to find out with the contract. Because this is for traveling ballparks. It's not just, you know, opening up the fields for children to play like Helen McCall. And they were talking about the expense that the county would be to hire employees to man this particular huge sports complex. So yes, Commissioner Glidewell, it is big, but there's more to it. It's not just $12 million. So would the board entertain to bring back this study, you know, part of the agenda, so you can look at the study, look at the pros, look at the cons, and then make a decision before you even drop a penny to buy this parcel? There is more to it. This is like the money that's sitting over in Chat Holly that we paid. All that property is just sitting there with no plans. And that's TDC money. And that's supposed to be an event center.
Ms. Morano, are you asking that be brought back to the board as part of its due diligence when the appraisals, surveys, and all that are brought back?
No, I'm asking that the study that was done.
That's what I'm asking. Are you asking the study to be brought back to the board for its consideration when the appraisals and all the survey things?
Study's public record, so anybody can get it.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, if she's asking for it to be made part of your due diligence, that's an easy amendment to the motion, that you'll consider that as part of the overall process. We're not spending one penny to buy this property until all that happens anyway. It's just really a question of, do you go under contract with it or not?
And I'd just like to make a correction. The Foreman property does have a plan. The due diligence, the permitting, and all that's being done for this. And we got almost $15 million from the governor to build the stormwater part of that. So, I mean, we're proceeding there. It just takes a long time to do stuff.
There's also an event center that's supposed to be there
Yes.
that the TDC spent bed tax money on.
Yes.
And there is no plans on that.
There is a plan.
Not for an event center and what it looks like.
Yes, there is.
Well, I'd like to know the cost of that eventually. But getting back to what I'm asking that the study be brought up when you talk about the possibility of purchasing this project. It is
I'll
not
amend the
just
motion to
land
that.
that you're going to be purchasing.
Right.
You're going to be purchasing a sports complex with people, with money, with everything. Is that possible that you can do that? You need to be educated.
Right. You're absolutely
I'll
right.
amend the motion to that because
Did that come back to the board before it makes
that
final
study says we
decision?
needed to do it.
All right,
I'm
thank
fine
you.
with that.
Thank you.
So to be clear, Ms. Morano, they are going under contract, but that before any final decision is made to purchase, that will be part of the overall discussion.
At a public board meeting.
Of course,
Yes,
like every
and-
other step
And,
with every one of
and
these.
in the addendum, would that study be there so people can look at that study as well?
We'll make, the study's public record. It doesn't have to be an addendum to this, but we can make it as a public record.
Well, I think the commissioners who weren't elected need to see that
We'll
as
make
well.
sure every commissioner has a copy.
Brian, can you make that
And
happen?
I'd like to see the public
Yes,
have a
yes.
copy.
So whenever we purchase land, in the case of this, we've identified what we would like to purchase it for. That would, of course, be considered when we make that final decision. But first, we just got to take a look at this property as one, see if it's feasible, and just in the lay of the land, and what other opportunities could we use it for. But as anybody else purchases property, we take into consideration what we're purchasing it for to make that final decision. That study, Matt has it, we have it. We'll make sure that we're looking at that to say, Commissioner Glidewell, we want to build a sports park. Here's what a study said in 2023 or 2024.
I appreciate that. That's what I want to bring attention to.
Yeah.
Take you.
No, yeah,
I think I
Thank you.
keep that study by my bed.
Yeah.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you very much. Go ahead. We're closing
Yeah,
to
real
public
close,
comment.
real quick. I think a lot of you folks know, especially with the golf course, that I'm a firm believer in trying to make something like that sustain itself. So I'm not going to sit back here and watch $12 million get thrown away somewhere without having some kind of plan set forth behind it. We've sat here for 2.5 hours and we're not even done talking about budgets and where's money coming and money trees and all this stuff. You know, I'm sitting back here going, where in the heck's all this money going to come from? You know, 23 million down south, 12 million here. You know, we gotta plan this out. And as far as I'm concerned, this does not mean that we're getting our checkbook out. We're just going through the motions to see what the feasibility of everything. So that's just my 2 cents.
Just like the Alderberry property. And
We need to-
we'll figure out a way to finance it if it all works out.
We need to open a public hearing.
No, we need to vote on this
Oh,
first.
right. Oh, I apologize.
So you got a
Okay.
first and second, right?
Yeah.
We do. I need a vote on this item to ratify the contract with Brian's signature.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Contract ratified with the addendum controlling the closing terms, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, we need to open
I'll
the pub-
make a
Yes.
motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry, second.
Okay.
I was getting ready for it.
Need a vote
All
on
in
open.
favor?
Aye.
Okay. Public hearing is open.
Thank you, Commissioners. I passed out hard copies. We had a formatting error on your agenda. It does appear online that this is updated and correct, but there was a formatting issue on the ordinance that affected the legibility. So this is the change of the county administrator ordinance that conforms the ordinance to the contract dealing with a 4-1 vote to terminate. I am looking for a motion to approve.
Motion. Second.
We have a motion and a second.
No.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Well, you did have public comment, just to be clear. It is a public
Anyone
hearing.
want to speak to this?
All right.
Seeing none, motion passes.
Thank you. I need a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Public hearing is closed.
Motion to open second public hearing. Read this 4 times. I apologize.
Motion. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Public hearing is open.
All right, this is the second of the 2 ordinances discussed. This includes a very similar paragraph. I think if you read it, you'll see that it's effectively the same paragraph pertaining to the creation of the positions of the chief financial officer and the county attorney to be embedded in the code. We cribbed this from Dade County, from Alachua County, Bradford County, to try to give a very simple and straightforward short recitation that creates the position, conforms to the existing contracts, and then allows the board to make additional changes to job description, resolution, or future ordinances. So we are looking for a motion to approve.
Motion. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Do we get to close that public hearing?
Yes, please.
Motion to close. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Public hearing is closed. Now we need a motion to open it again.
Motion to open.
For Doggett and SBU.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to open public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Melissa, you want this or
34.
you want me to?
We are
These
on
two
number
are Melissa.
34. Okay.
Our next item is a request to approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to reimpose and provide for collection of special assessment in the Doggett Canal MSBU for fiscal year '26.
This is standard procedure.
It is, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Motion. Sorry.
Just a point of order. Can I declare my vote for 33?
No, you weren't here unfortunately, but it passed unanimously in room.
I thought I had to vote one way or the other.
Well, if you weren't available.
Okay.
The only reason, Commissioner, I can't because you're out of the room is because we opened and closed each of those public hearings. So if I did that, we would have to reopen and reclose the public hearings. That's gonna take
I
10
just didn't
minutes.
I didn't want to, since y'all did it so fast, I didn't want to be in trouble about not voting.
No, well, Madam Clerk, please reflect that, that he was absent at the opening of the public hearings of each of those 2 items and returned during this public hearing.
Man, y'all are too quick.
Do we have a motion on this one, 34?
Yeah, I do.
Yes, we do.
We have a motion and a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any comment from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Motion to close this public hearing.
Motion to close.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Public hearing is closed.
Motion to open the fire rescue.
Motion, second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Public hearing is open.
Our next item is a request to approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to reimpose and provide for the collection of the fire rescue special assessment for fiscal year '26. And just like number 34, this is a reimposition. It is not something new.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comment from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Motion to close.
Second.
We have motion and second to close public hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, public hearing is closed, and now you're done? Okay. Vice Chair Curry, you are up.
All right, let's see here. Let me pull her up. My first item is fines, code violations, fines. Is Mr. Tony, you want to come up just in case when I get stuck? We've had several conversations on this, And, Tony's come to my office, and it strikes me as odd that we've let $14 million in fines go away without even bringing them to the board's attention. We have code issues now that are compliant, but still have liens at $622,000. We have total fines to date that we can collect is almost 10 million. It's probably 10 million now, because I went to a codes meeting this morning, and 8 of those codes, as of the 28th, will be getting fined $500 a day. And 4 of those were lettered in 2023. So that's going to make the accruing fines owed well over $13,000, $14,000 a day. So I just want to know, I guess, why, I mean, this is over 10, 15, 20 years. Why didn't any of this be brought up until now? And then, I'm not in this to have a foreclosure party on everybody, but we need to have some kind of system or process that actually works and it's and accountable. We've only collected, correct me if I'm wrong, I think, Melissa, you added beach fines, but beach and land, we've only collected, about $200,000 out of 10 million. Is this the best way to do it? I mean, I didn't get a hold of Bay County or Okaloosa to see what their numbers are, but this is outrageous. Nobody would run a business like this. And I'm definitely not in the codes to be a for-profit agency, but if we are giving tickets and we just let them go away after 10 years, and then forget to submit something in to carry it on for 20 years, and then we let the 20-year mark go, and then we just don't collect anything, it's a bad process. That's horrible. So I don't know what, I wanted to bring this up and get some advice from you guys. What do you think we ought to do? I mean, do we need to change something? Do we need to, get more legal involved? I don't know. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Commissioner Gladwell.
I can't, of course, we can't speak for what happened 20 years ago.
Right.
All that, but a lot of this is the problem is we have allowed politics to inject itself into what should be a judicial proceeding.
Mm-hmm.
This is, nothing more, or it's very similar to getting a speeding ticket. But I will say that from the outside looking in, City of Defuniak seems to have a pretty good process where they put liens and they foreclose. The county just bought some property across from the courthouse from them that was a lien on a compliance case. Mm-hmm. And so what I would suggest, because we don't have an ordinance that covers this as far as foreclosure. And it's appalling that there's $14 million that would pay for my ball fields.
Even if we collected half of that.
So, and it is not Mr. Corman's fault, because he could probably tell you chapter and verse about how many times they've been told to either abate or suspend collections or don't do it or don't write a ticket. And so I'd say first, the commissioners need to stay out by commissioners and administration. So I would say the first thing is we all say we're going to stay out of it, and second, we ask Mr. Atkinson to bring us back a ordinance, and he probably would just have to change the word Defuniak and stick in Walton.
We'll have to make a few other changes, but we can definitely bring you something back if the board wants us to. I would certainly want to get with the administration. One thing I will go ahead and disclose to the board that the City of Defuniak is actively doing, because of course foreclosures can be challenging. The statute's very straightforward. After 90 days, 3 months of unpaid liens, authority can be granted to move forward. And somebody's got to grant us authority to file a foreclosure, but that's not always what you do for a variety of reasons. Subject to certain orders requiring renewal or extension, you do get the extended time, even though code liens are not generally super priority liens. of up to 20 years, so we can look to see how far back we go. We don't lose the 5-year judgment lien status on all these. So we do have a little bit of reach, maybe not as much as we'd hope. The collectability of it's going to be a challenge in some cases, especially if the property changed hands and the lien was not perfected or recorded correctly, then that's where we end up in a problem and lose those. But one thing that the city is looking at, and I've spoken to a number of municipalities around the state, is for properties that are in a dilapidated state, what you would call being subject to be condemned. You have the option of asking for a building permit official to determine that a property is in such a poor state that it needs to be condemned, and having a magistrate declare that at such time with proper ordinances adopted, instead of just going through the fine process, that can become a property tax ad valorem-based assessment against condemned properties. And several of the municipalities we've talked to around the state, Citrus County, I believe, is one we looked at as a county, and I'm trying to think of the other one on top of my head, seeing about a 98% payout rate in terms of they're getting 98% of the money back because it's on the tax bill, and now you're not spending your money chasing everything in foreclosure. So give us a chance. I'd like to have Brian sit down and talk with the city manager and have Mr. Corman meet with code, have us all sit down together and talk about the problems they've already encountered going through this in the FUNIAC so that we don't hit the same speed bumps, but we can find you a solution if you want us to. And we don't need action if that's the general direction of the board. Now, I understand, Brian's not gonna file a lawsuit, Brian's not gonna direct me to file a lawsuit, and I'm not gonna file a lawsuit on any of these until this board tells us to. It's outside of our authority to start filing lawsuits.
The sooner we can get the ordinance, the better.
We'll have it back quickly.
Can I add or give direction to have a quarterly update on all this?
Absolutely.
Yes?
Yes, of course, not a problem.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would just like to say that, the collecting of the fines doesn't fall under code's purview.
No.
The failure is not on code. And, they give the tickets, and then it goes to a magistrate, but they're not the ones that's supposed to go out and collect it. And, you know, I know nobody's blaming them, but they've done their job. Once they've given the ticket, taken it to the magistrate, then they're done with it.
Is it the magistrate's job to collect it or to demand the
No.
collection?
And
What's
I
the
think there's some
process?
confusion
No,
as
the
to the
administration
process.
ultimately.
Who has the ball? Who dropped it?
I'd like to explain the process
Okay.
if I could, so everybody understands. But, so what happens is, when we get a complaint or a proactive case, whatever it is, we open a case, we assign it to an officer. The officer investigates the case. If a violation exists, they issue a notice of violation, given, but sometimes, depending on what the violation is, sometimes we're required to give a certain number of days, like junk and debris. It's gotta be there 30 days before it's even a violation. So if we see it today, we gotta wait 30 days before we can give a notice of violation. But, other cases, we have to give reasonable time to correct. So we issue a notice of violation saying you got 15 days to correct this. We go back, we do follow-up inspections, we go back, they don't do what they're supposed to. We give them then a notice of hearing. That notice of hearing is for a magistrate. So keep in mind, we only do magistrates one time a month, second Wednesday of every month. So if this is, and we're also required to give them so many days before the hearing when we serve them that notice of hearing. So it may be 5 or 6 weeks before we actually get them into that magistrate. We get them to the magistrate listens to their case, we present our case. If he feels that we've proven that there's a violation of the code, he finds them in violation. And typically, the magistrate will ask them, how long will it take you to come into compliance? They say 60 days, he usually gives them another 60 days to come into compliance. So, then we have to track all that, and after 60 days, then we have to go back out and see if they're in compliance. If they're not in compliance, that's when we file a notice of, or an affidavit of non-compliance, and then we have to bring an order back to the magistrate that's for an order imposing fines. Because when the magistrate says, you know, have it fixed by next Tuesday, if you don't, you're gonna get $200 a day fine. So then we have to come back with that order imposing fines for $200 a day, and then it collects $200 a day. Now, let's just say it collects $200 a day, the fines get up to $30,000, and they finally come into compliance. We file an affidavit of compliance. They're also allowed then to come back before the magistrate and ask for a fine reduction. The magistrate can waive the fine completely. He can cut it 50%, he can cut it down 75%. That's up to the magistrate, and I can tell you that typically they get, by the time if they do get it in compliance and bring it back, the fines end up between 0 and 50%.
So you feel like you did a lot of work for nothing?
Well, it's a lot of work goes in, as you could tell. There's a lot of guidelines that we have to go by. So,
Who puts the stamp on the envelope to send it to the person saying you owe? And then who checks that person to see if they've paid? Who does that?
well,
The magistrate?
the clerk's office is where they pay. When they pay at the clerk's office sends us.
So what if they don't pay after 15 years? The enforcement ball was dropped?
No, at this point, the board has decided that we didn't want to move along with foreclosure process or any of that. So, and I've had conversations with Commissioner Johns about this because she's asked me about some of the cases. And once we get the case adjudicated by the magistrate and it's receiving fines, we're done with what we can do. We can't go out there and hold a gun to their head and make them clean up. We're done. Unless we come up with another procedure that the board wants to do by,
Because this just shows that, hey, I know I got a fine, but I'll just sit on it 10 years and hope they don't resubmit, and then I don't have a fine.
Yeah, and as an example, let me give you, when we talk about that 14 million, one of those cases goes back to 1998, so 27 years ago. So if you're getting $200 a day, in a year's time, you're gaining $7,300 in that one case. In 5 years, that's $365,000. In 10 years, that's $730,000. In 20 years, that's $1,460,000 just on that one case. So we're talking about several cases. So that's how you got 14 million. But again, remember, if it's 14 million, if they did get into compliance and they came back before the magistrate, that could be, some of that could be wiped out, some of it could be.
But we're at like 10 million right now.
Yes, and as I can tell you, because I run this report this morning, because we have a spreadsheet that will update.
Don't tell me it's more.
daily. Oh, yeah, it's more, because it goes up every day. So right now, as of today, that the cases that are accruing fines because they're not in violation is at $9,909,199. Out of that, $6,437,160 are non-homesteaded properties. $3,472,039 are homesteaded properties. So about double is non-homesteaded properties. Now keep in mind, every day that goes up $12,100 because that's what's getting assessed every day. So over a year's time, that's $4,416,500.
Okay, Brian has a question.
Mr. Corman, at what point does the lien get applied to the property?
When it starts getting fines assessed to it.
When it's recorded.
Yeah.
So when you take the affidavit to the magistrate that they're not in compliance within the time period that was given to them, that's whenever the fines start to assess, is the property
That's
also
right.
obtains a lien, and then the process for causing behavior would be to foreclose on the lien.
Right.
But we don't have an ordinance that
Yeah,
allows that.
What, I'm just trying to establish.
I'm going to touch on your ordinance, which is unfortunately outdated, is the biggest problem.
And whose responsibility would be
This
to
is getting better.
foreclose on the lien? Board of County Commissioners?
Ultimate.
Yes.
So by statute, let me help there. So by statute, when we had a code board, and mind you, I did try to do a little bit of research independent of all this in the preparation of this agenda item. The statute says the code board on its own, unless prohibited by the board, can direct the county attorney, go ahead and foreclose on any of these you want to after 90 days, assuming it's not homestead. You can't foreclose on homestead property. I find no record where Walton County's code board ever instructed any county attorney to do it. The county's ordinances include one reference that code enforcement would include a magistrate in the applicable context of the magistrate, but we still reference the code board. And one of the things that has come up is that when you use a magistrate process, it's one thing when you appoint a code board and delegate them that authority legally. It's another thing when you appoint a magistrate to hold the hearing. There is a ongoing question in some parts of Florida whether the magistrate has that same effect under the statute where the magistrate could even direct the attorney to. So it comes back to the board. The best process is to grant some degree, and I'll show all this to you later, I won't belabor it with it today, to grant us some discretion at the code and admin level to say in a case that checks off X, Y, Z. So for instance, in the FUNY Act, the manager has the authority, if a lien has been unpaid for more than 90 days, which is the statutory minimum, and the value of the lien hits a certain amount of the property, it equals or exceeds the value of the property, that's when you start the foreclosure process. Because who's gonna pay a lien if it's worth more than the value of the property? They're gonna let it go. So let us build out a set of factors that can trigger some automatic process to get the big ones off the books, try to clean up some of the back stuff and go forward. I will also say there's a line in your ordinance that says the continuation of a lien affected by the commencement of an action shall not be good against creditors or subsequent purchasers for valuable consideration without notice unless a notice of lis pendens is recorded. I do not find that to be in any current version of the law applicable here, although I will acknowledge that sometime back in the 90s and early 2000s, that was true because there was this concept that these were super priority liens, meaning they controlled over even mortgages. They're not anymore. The Supreme Court came in and said that. So this appears to be a holdover from 30-plus years ago. And so that's all good and well, except it creates a very big problem that it says unless the county went and recorded lis pendens, and Tony, I can't find lis pendens recorded on anything from the Code Enforcement Division ever. And I mean ever, except for ones that were years and years ago. That means if somebody sold one of these properties, they were able to sell it without the lien attaching and the new person's not obligated.
That was another one of my questions.
So we've probably lost a great deal of these liens because of this old provision that just tracked along in this ordinance. And I mean, yes, it was updated, and I'll go ahead and say, anybody wants to pull this up, there were some updates of fines that we did in 22 and 23. And the reference prior to that's 18, but the 2018 ordinance basically pulled everything from the prior code board in from back in the 90s, and the magistrate went into effect after 18. So I have no idea where that got lost almost 8 years ago. But we can bring you something back to get this cleaned up if the board will so entertain that.
Please do. I'm losing hair as you speak.
Well, you see, I deal with this all the time. It hits why I'm in the boat you are.
Okay, so we're.
This does point out another thing that we need to do, and that's update our ordinances.
All of them, all of them, they should be on a
I mean,
rotation.
This is, it's embarrassing.
It is.
These figures are embarrassing. And the fact that, we need to get our,
We have some suggestions coming to you for that. Let me just go ahead and tell you that. I think there's some time to talk about that. We're already talking about with planning. We have some ideas for you.
So we don't need a motion for this, we're just giving direction.
Direction.
So-
We understand. Let us bring
Okay.
something back.
What about a quarterly report? Do we need a motion for that? or
We're
just
already
direction?
agreeing to do it. We
All right.
understood.
Cool.
And it may be more
Thank you.
frequent than that, so
Thank you.
prepare.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
The rest of them aren't that bad, trust me.
Okay,
Yeah,
you're on.
promise.
Is Lee Com here? Yeah. I'm gonna let them explain, what their letter of support they would like from, the county. And they came into my office the other day, and I think it's some good stuff happening, but I'm not gonna spoil their parade. I'll let you go ahead and
Thank you,
tell
sir.
everybody.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Yoon, and I'm the Dean of Lee Com School of Dental Medicine. I'm a dentist. I'm a periodontist, which means I am the one that does bone and gums and implants. Basically, if you are in my chair, something is wrong, and no one really likes to see me when they don't have to. It really is a privilege and an honor to be here today to present to the Walton County Board of County Commissioners, and I would really thank you for your time. The Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine is one of the largest medical schools in the United States. We are one of the largest health educators in the United States. We've got programs in medicine, dentistry, podiatry, and pharmacy. Our mothership, our main campus, is up in Erie, Pennsylvania, but we also have campuses in Greensburg, Pennsylvania, Elmira, New York, Bradenton, Florida, where I'm at, and Jacksonville, Florida. But even though we're spread out across the East Coast, we have a home here in Walton County. Our dental clinic has been a part of Walton County for 10 years. We are located in Defuniak Springs. You take Highway 10, exit 85, 331, go a little south, look for the Holiday Inn Express, we're right there. And we've been there for 10 years, and we're very proud to have been there for 10 years. Each year, we send 55 students to the clinic where they complete their 4th year of dental education. We teach the full scope of dentistry. You need a crown, you need a bridge, you need an implant, you need dentures, come see us, we can take care of it. We see a lot of patients, and we're very proud for the amount of procedures that we're able to do. Last year, 15,000 appointments is what we were able to accomplish at the clinic. We're open 5 days a week from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We've also accomplished 2,729 dental cleanings, 1,452 tooth extractions, and 290 sets of dentures. Last year alone, 1,847 new patients and 490 emergency cases that came in. Although these numbers are great, they're just numbers. They don't really speak to what we do. The true core of our values lie in how we treat the patients, not how many patients that we treat. We teach our students every day that as dentists, we are the physicians of the head and the neck. It is our responsibility to make sure we are taking care of these people. Our president reminds us of this all the time. In fact, he just reminded me again on Tuesday, where he says, nor sibi sed elice, non sibi sed elice, which translates directly into not for oneself, but for others. So to accomplish this, we knew we had to break down some barriers. In healthcare, there are a lot of barriers that we deal with right now. One of the biggest ones actually comes from the patient perspective. It's the bill. When a patient comes in, they got to pay a certain amount of money. We make it a purpose at LECOM to not let that stand in the way of patients getting the care they deserve. At the School of Dental Medicine, our fees are set at about 60% of normal, usual, and customary fees. If a patient comes in and they still can't afford it, our director, Dr. Mattis, he can cut the fee down by 50%. If that doesn't do it, my clinical dean can cut it down 80%. And if it comes to my desk, I usually just give it away for free because we want to make sure the patients are being treated. In addition to that, we are one of the largest providers of medical assistance for dentistry in Walton County, and I would venture to say probably in Florida, to be quite honest with you. The other hurdle we had to overcome was just the space issue. Our clinic has 30 dental chairs. We see patients from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. 5 days a week. It's a large clinic, but we need to have more space. We need more capacity so that we can service the citizens of Walton County better. So in October, we're going to make an investment. We're going to break some ground. We're going to put a $3.2 million investment into our clinic. We're going to add another 15 chairs with 1 chair dedicated strictly for surgery so we can do more advanced procedures. We're also going to send another 35 students up here to Defuniak Springs, so we'll have 90 students total, working 7 days or 5 days a week, 7 to 7. If it were up to me, I'd have them working 7 days a week, but accreditation won't let me do that. The School of Dental Medicine has committed to serving patients of Walton County to help with their dental needs. Our goal is to continue with providing health care to Walton County, and we're actively exploring this opportunity, not just for dentistry, because again, we're medicine, we're pharmacy, we're podiatry, of bringing all services to this area. So what is the ask? Historically, LECOM has been the recipient of a fairly large state appropriations grant. We've gotten it for, I believe, 3 years in a row, and we are actively applying for it right now. If we are awarded these funds, we can use it to help fulfill our mission statement. We submitted our application again, and what I'm respectfully asking for the commission is just a letter of support so that we can continue to expand, do bigger things, bring more services to this area so we can help the citizens of Walton County. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Motion to approve.
Second. But, when you came by my office,
Yes,
we
sir.
talked about, y'all working on getting the insurance for the
Yes.
county.
Yes,
Has
we
any
were-
movement been on that?
Yes, we reached out to one of the companies that we thought was the one, but apparently the county switched. So it is a company called The Standard. Actually, Michelle found that out. There she is. Michelle found that out yesterday just by asking one of the employees, so I will take that back to my finance department and we'll get moving on that right away. Absolutely. And if there's anything else we could do to assist and to help, please let us know. We're here to serve.
Well, I just want to say I drove by your facility the other day because I've never seen it before, and I was really impressed.
Thank you.
It's really, really nice.
Thank you
And
so
so
much.
it's wonderful what you do, so.
Thank you.
um,
And we would like to invite everybody to our groundbreaking in October. I don't know the date just yet. That would be Delbert's job. Sorry, Del, to put you on the spot. But when we have that, we'll be able to disseminate the information. We would love to see you all there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
And we are proud to have a dental school in Walton County.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank you.
being here, and we hope you stay here a long time.
We would love nothing more than to stay, and we're very proud to be a part of the community. Anything we can do to help. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Todd? Do we have a motion in a second?
Yeah.
We do, okay.
All I want to say is, first, thank you, but damn, don't give them just a letter, give them a book. I mean, these gentlemen have sat here for 2.5, 3, 4 hours, whatever it is. Lord, give them whatever they want. Thank you very much, John.
Thank you.
They're here because
Anyone
they
else?
like us.
Anyone else want to speak to this? Okay, seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you very much. We will have a letter of support for you. Okay, your next one.
All right, this one should be pretty quick. I spoke with, well, actually, I had a citizen come into my office, and he was very irate. And he wanted something done with a lot of the street signs and brush that's covering up signs and all that stuff. So I put something together and got with Buddy, and I think I sent it to Brian, and can't even think of what else I did, but we sat down Codes, Tony. I go, Tony, how many trucks you got? He said he's got 40 trucks, 40 plus. I said, is there any way we could put something in them trucks as they're driving around and they pull up to a stop sign that they can't see, or laying on the ground, or there's brush covering something, or there's a pothole, anything that they can visibly see, write it down at the end of the week, turn it in to whoever encodes and send it to Public Works? He said, absolutely. Buddy said he had no problem with it. But he said also they're working on some kind of program that citizens can get online and put in as well with their phones, an app. But I figured, and these are two examples right here. I went to a bridge, if you want to cursor down, a bridge and a sign, or you want to, whoever's got the screen. But you can see the planes coming up on the bridge. This is over at 4 Mile Creek in District 1. And I called Buddy and treated this as an example, and he went out the same day and put them down. And here's a sign with brush. It's on 83A East. So I believe they're going to take care of that too. So I don't know if I need a motion. They said it wouldn't be no problem to put these little notepads or something in the
Unless any commissioner objects, why don't we let Tony get with Brian, and if they feel they need the board to approve any part of this process, if there's software or something they need to have or license, they can bring that back. Is that okay with everybody?
Fine with me.
Then I don't see a need for an action.
Okay, awesome. Thank
We
you.
really should already be doing this.
Yes.
What's my last one? Or no, I
No,
have
you're
another
next to
one.
the last year TBC.
You said that with a little bit of anger, Chair.
It's not a little.
Let's see here. I just wanted, this should be quick. I mean, I know we kicked the can down the road about getting a TDC executive director. Do we know, we're at budget time, so what process are we in right now, Mr. Bryan?
So it's been added to the budget, and I would think that we would wait for that budget to be approved before we went off on a search, engaging HR to do advertisement. We have a job description from the former TDC executive director. Might want to clean that up a little bit, but I would recommend that you wait until you approve that budget.
Okay. So once we approve the budget, then you'll start advertising the whole 9 yards? Okay. We don't need any more approvals?
Nope.
We're there.
It's in the budget. If you approve the budget, it goes.
All right. See, I told you that was quick, Chair. Now the last item, I can't promise you. I just wanted, because I'm getting some phone calls too, and I'm not going to make a motion on anything at this point, but I would like to discuss, because you did say earlier that there's some cases in the queue to where we can decide if they go to the magistrate or we listen to them. How many of those are in that queue?
There were 3.
Total of 3?
I think 2 are already done, right?
2 are.
And 2 are done,
2 have
so
already
there's
gone
one
through,
left.
so there's one left, and
Okay.
it's the one we're talking, that's coming up echelon.
So the 2 that's went through the process, I haven't heard any negative or positive. Is there anything that?
The hearings haven't been
They
held
haven't
yet.
happened
Oh, okay, all right, all right.
The actual magistrate hearing hasn't happened. And what I'll say is those 3 the reason there was a discretionary issue was they started under a process that would have put it before the Board of County Commissioners, and you changed the process midstream on them. And as you've always heard me say, you can't change the process to disadvantage someone midstream. While they would have come before you, in each of those three cases, they said, we would be fine going to the magistrate. Well, great, we've got this process. I'm glad you would be fine going to the magistrate. But technically, they were supposed to be before you because the magistrate's ordinance was not in effect when they started their process. So that's why you get that discretion to hear that in terms of whether it goes before you or whether you kick it to the magistrate, because they're making the request. Everything else automatically goes. What I would say is there is a lot of confusion about how this will play out. Those three are probably the three worst examples of how it will play out because they are not the traditional process.
What are those three? Do you have them on?
Echelon, East Nursery, and Sunliner Diner. What I would suggest on this is it is usually black or white, and I'm going to be bold enough to predict, even in a public meeting, I've said to several of y'all in private, that it's going to be pretty black or white in terms of this board's individual and collective opinion of how they like the magistrate's orders. When you get that finding of fact, conclusion of law, recommended order back, after you see, and I don't know that these first three are a fair reflection of the overall process, but certainly the orders will be what the magistrate looks like. Listen to the public, look at the orders. You're either going to love them or you're going to hate them. And you may say, this process is not for us at all. It may be we want to do it in very limited fashion when there are legitimately going to be two attorneys out there putting on a full hearing and you want just those to go. You may change what this looks like. You may not. But I would very much ask you to give it a chance to look at those orders, because me talking about it in the abstract without showing you one, I could show you one from another county right now today. And you're gonna say, well, I don't understand what this means. What does that mean? I don't know this road. I don't know that policy. When you look at it and can place it, I know where that property is. I know what this provision of the code is. It's gonna make it it's gonna make it more concrete in your mind. And more importantly, the public's gonna have a chance to see it as well. What I will tell you is this: there's a concern that the board has somehow given up its ability to adjudicate decisions. If you have the legal authority to deny a project that came before you under a quasi-judicial hearing because it lacks competent substantial evidence, is not in compliance, you're gonna have that same legal authority if the magistrate sends you an order back finding something that is facially insufficient under your code. That's just plain and simple. It's just somebody else has gone through the full hearing process for you, and it's going to be clear it either complies or it doesn't. You're not gaining or losing anything by this process. It is simply having the process heard in a different forum, and then you approve or deny those orders. So give us a chance to bring a couple back to you is all I'm asking this board to give us that. And if you hate them, we'll gladly undo the ordinance. Even if you made a motion today, with all due respect, Commissioner Curry, it would require us to go through the proper notice and repeal of that ordinance anyway.
No, I would say, I would like to bring it back after we see some examples going through the system to reevaluate our decision. I would like to do that, so.
And I know we draw late in the day, but if you'll indulge me for about a minute and 30 seconds, some of you received citizens' emails, I've received them as well, suggesting that the magistrate ordinance, because it was adopted after August of last year, may run afoul of Senate Bill 180. It is the same process in front of a different person. I do not find it to be. However, those same comments were directly referenced to read a memo prepared for 1,000 Friends of Florida, an attorney out of South Florida, Mr. Richard Grosso. I took the opportunity to reach out to Mr. Grosso, and while I can tell you I generally agree with much of his memo, and he and I actually, after speaking, feel very similar about the effect of this Senate Bill 180 is incredibly problematic for local governments. He has not offered an opinion on Walton County's process, so to the extent that somebody said they looked at it or his memo applies, his memo doesn't affect this. I won't quote him on the record for what he felt the prudence of our ordinance was. I don't think he dislikes it, will be as polite as I'll say, but I'll also say that he and multiple other attorneys, both with the Association of Counties and League of Cities, I can't find any that think it is actually a violation, including an attorney who did call me about this from a citizen who has attempted to retain them to call to say, hey, I just want to let you know they called, I declined the case. It's not more burdensome. They said, what is or isn't more burdensome? They say if you have a developer who says going before an ALJ is more burdensome, that's probably something that could happen, but most of the time, it's a more orderly process for both the public and the developer than doing it at your level. So I see no Senate Bill 180, and I've yet to have an attorney, even the ones who are doing this litigation who found it. So I don't see that being an implication of this, but I want everybody to be aware of that. And I'm going to come talk to each of you independently later about Senate Bill 180 litigation. I think your lobbyist who can't be here today has a very good strategy that should help us avoid that litigation.
Perfect.
You good?
I'm done. Looky
Okay.
there. Told you.
Commissioner Gladwell, do you have something you
Well,
want to say?
I'm on pinch hit for Commissioner Drake on these 41 and 42.
Okay.
So Mossy Head Community Center doesn't belong to the county, but it is an alternate polling place, and I believe we have an MOU with their board. And Mr. Teddy Stewart is here on behalf of Mossy Head, and he's going to present the item.
Madam Chair, while he's walking up, can I say something? I had someone from Mossy Head community, and I think Teddy knows who it is, that, but I told them I would give them $25,000 to repair their roof, and then Melissa said, look, this is an alternate voting place, so the county, it's not appropriate for me to give the money there. And now, I think in the past, y'all came to me about the basketball courts, and didn't we, Melissa, correct me if I'm wrong, but I agreed to pay
Yes,
for
sir.
those, and the board approved.
Out of rec
those.
plat
Yes.
fees, those are
Rec
kosher.
plat fees. So, it's not that I'm not willing to pay for the repairs on the roof, but being that it's, my money has to go for for recreation. And being that Melissa said the county needs to pay.
Well, you got people that dance in there, is that recreation?
You'll have to ask Melissa and Clay. And
I'm
I'm
gonna
just kidding,
agree
Tony.
with Melissa, but the answer is that not that we can't pay, that we can't pay it out of that fund.
yeah.
But
But
bless
I
we have
would,
the
I
money.
would willingly pay
I
if I
understand
could,
that,
and I
Tony.
will. I know there's some basketball stuff.
I
and
understand
think
that, we
voted on
appreciate,
that in the past,
we
haven't
appreciate
we?
everything that you've done.
Have you stated your name for the clerk?
Teddy Stewart,
Okay.
I didn't expect to have to get up here today. I didn't come prepared with any documents or anything. I thought Commissioner Drake was gonna present what we'd asked for. We had contacted him about some repairs that are needed in the building, and they totaled just over $44,000 or something like that. New ceilings and stuff with the walls, electrical system, floors, just general repairs and things need to be done. As Danny said, the community center for, I don't know how many years, was the primary polling place in Mossy Head. That changed probably 4, 5, 6 years ago, because the building had a lot of problems. It's now at the church. I spoke with Ryan today about, we would like to bring it back to the community center. I think that's where it should be. The issues that were, most of the concerns that they had back then have been addressed. There are still some that haven't. Those that haven't are related to ADA stuff as far as the steps and the wheelchair ramp going into the building. Those were not including in the list that Brad was given with the $44,000. The reason that came up, and we came to you, was we had submitted a grant application to the St. Joe Company, and St. Joe denied it. The repairs are desperately needed, and it's a great building. It's actually the oldest school building in Walton County that's still standing. My daddy went to elementary school there. But Buddy sent Brad Alford and his crew out there last week, walked around and looked at it. I don't know if they can comment or if they have any numbers for you. It may be more than $44,000 total as far as what they looked at could see, but, we would appreciate any help you can give us. I mean, Mossy Head is, as you know, a very proud community and we like doing a lot of things for our community members. Dan was out last week for a community meeting. Anybody wants to have a meeting in Mossy Head, let me know. We'll get it done. I love to do those things.
I'm assuming y'all wouldn't mind Mr. Alford's crew doing the work, if possible?
We can do everything, I think.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
maybe I misunderstood. I think her name was Miss Hunt. Is that? I was under the impression that she said y'all did get the St. Joe.
No,
Because she asked me for $25,000.
no, we didn't get that.
One thing before Brad, I don't spend a lot on my, out of my office discretionary fund. I can't afford to, out of that fund, pay for all of that, but I'd be more than willing to, if I can, give a couple $1,000s from
And
my office
Commissioners,
discretionary
if you
fund.
would be amenable, we would also like to look, to work with the group in Mossy Head to see if there would be a possibility of any grant funding, since it is an old
That's a great
schoolhouse.
idea.
Absolutely,
That's a great idea.
absolutely.
And I think Brad said they could do most of the work anyway, so.
Brad, what do you think?
Well, most of the stuff we looked at is cosmetics, and they absolutely need to be done. However, there's some structural issues that we would love to get in there and look at. The floor is settling pretty bad, so if they want this building long-term and want to hold on to it for years to come, and I'd like to see that myself, we're going to have to get in there and look at it structurally first. That's where the money needs to go towards.
Could you get, what kind of grants are you thinking, historical?
That's what we were kind of
Okay.
thinking,
Okay.
if we could look towards a historical grant. Those are, many times, the beginning of it is dedicated towards a structural assessment.
How does that sound?
Whatever we can get, we're happy to take.
Okay.
To be honest with you.
Okay.
It's stuff that we need to have done.
Right.
And it's stuff that needs to be done.
Right.
And, you know, I'll be honest with you, what I hear from people in the community is Mossy Head doesn't get a lot of attention. They'll see a county commission meeting and see $500,000 going here, $500,000 going there, $200,000 going here. But we don't see any of that.
They got some really nice pickleball courts, don't you?
And Mossy Head?
Not in Mossy
Yeah.
Head.
Where are
Please
they?
come show them to me.
No,
Brad Drake was playing
Yeah,
on
just,
them.
and Donna, Commissioner Johns, no disrespect. I mean, that's just like the talk of a senior center, which are great things. We don't have one, never have.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of great things that could be done for the seniors in a community center, if it was up to par to do that. And it wouldn't take $500,000 to do. I mean, it's
Well,
pretty
how-
simple stuff.
How about the cosmetic stuff that's really simple stuff? How about the county go ahead and do that? But the things that are structural that we try to get the grant for?
So that's what I was fixing to, how much money is left in the commissioner's capital money? What he calls discretionary, I call capital.
I mean, look, I
Oh,
think it
yeah.
was 33, but
Times.
that will be replenished at
No,
7.
I'm working on spending yours and Tony's.
I think it's at 33 with another 33,000 with another 75 going in at the.
But there's
fiscal year
33 right
26.
now. So could we give, would y'all be agreeable to give that 33 to Mossy Head and let Mr. Alford and them get started?
What is that 30?
Yeah, what's
Is
that-
it-
It's the
That's your
$75,000 in the
Each year.
capital funding for facilities that's there each year to be used at the commissioner's discretion.
It's for us underprivileged
That's how it was
Me and
originally
Brad.
set up.
Well, I don't have any buildings, so I'm pretty
Well, but
underprivileged.
y'all got money, I can't help y'all.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah,
You need a motion to that?
Yes, we would, if it's gonna
Motion.
come out of that money.
yeah.
Motion to take the 33,000 and apply it to Mossy Head and Mr. Alford to be in charge.
I'll second it.
Are we not doing any grant checking at all?
Yeah, we do
Yeah,
that.
that's
too.
right, right.
Oh,
Yeah.
There's
if
at least
it's-
$33,000 worth of repairs that
And
need
if
to be
it's
made
like
out.
Glendale, when they tear into that thing,
No, don't even say it. Don't jinx them.
But I think that there should be some consideration given for Mr. Alford's suggestion that we need to look at that structure before we start doing cosmetic finishes.
You're right.
Otherwise, you're gonna be doing them twice.
You're right.
well, he's got 33,000, if the motion passes, he's got 33,000 to work with.
You
So
know
they
what to
took,
do
they
and what
took,
not to do, Brad.
Yes, sir.
they took, a little bit of money in Glendale, and it was sort of like Jesus and the loaves and the fishes. It went a long way.
We got good people.
You got good people.
And we're more than happy for Brad and his crew to do whatever they can do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we have a
Thank you,
motion,
Doc.
we have a
Appreciate it.
motion and a second. Excuse me, Buddy.
Don't throw a wrench in my.
Yeah, buddy, don't be saying nothing.
He gonna
But
throw
just
a
for
crack.
clarification, we're pretty close within the next month or so of doing some paving out there, so the parking lot and the basketball court will be separate than that 33.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what.
He's paying
Yeah,
for
that's
it.
what he's paying for.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
Yep.
Any comment from the audience? Anybody in the audience want to speak to this? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you for staying around and talking for us.
Are you gonna
Mr.
take number
Stewart.
42?
I'm fixing to, We Care Park, which is, in District 3, but it's across the street from District 2, so, and it's the largest, park in the Funiac, except for Eagle Springs, which is also ours. So, I believe this is for, shade over the,
No,
No,
he
it's not.
actually,
Pickleball courts.
Pickleball courts.
Pickleball courts, and he would like to use some of that money, or the money left over from the MVP program to
30,000.
fund it.
$30,000.
Mhm.
So, and
Fine, don't you?
I'll make a motion that we, take that 30,000 and apply it to the pickleball courts.
I'll
Okay.
second it.
We got a motion and a second. Any comment? Ms. Morano?
Barbara Morano, I'm sorry Commissioner Brad Drake is not here to discuss these in his district. If you remember, when we were talking about the money from the beach vending, all of a sudden, he got a bright light saying, well, I could do that. I could take the money from the vending. 1 million went to Freeport, and 500 went to Miramar.
500 went to Freeport.
500 went to
500
Freeport, 500 went to
500 went to
Defuniak.
North,
And-
and then she's got 500.
and I got
Okay,
500,
and
there's
I
30
think
left.
a light went up in Commissioner Drake's mind, but I think you just took the money from the vending and gave it to the nonprofits.
Next year.
Next year?
This is the balance of this year.
So why can't we take some money from the vending program, even to take care of Mossy Head and We Care Park?
That's what they
This
just
year.
proposed.
Yeah, that's what, there's 30,000 left in that from this year.
Okay,
And
Did we
what
just-
we're proposing is to give that 30,000 to Commissioner Drake for more pickleball courts in Mossy Head.
okay, and then what about? the-
No, for the,
Funiac.
yes.
I mean, Defuniak, at We Care Park. At We Care Park.
Okay, and then Mossy Head money came from,
Commissioner's
Commissioners.
discretionary capital fund.
okay. All right, so I know it's, okay, thank
This
you.
year's budget, remainder going in the last 30 days.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay.
And,
He's
that's
got-
all I have, and I didn't have anything on my own, so
Okay,
thank you for the, We Care money.
absolutely. Commissioner Anderson, did you have anything?
I have nothing.
Nothing? Okay. I have a couple. My first one was with Kelly Beth to give us a legislative update, but due to a family emergency, we will try to get her at the next meeting. My second one is a rideshare program. I brought this up a couple of years ago, and I think that we really need to look at it. What it is there's companies out there, multiple. I'm only familiar with one. And from what I know about the one that I'm familiar with is a couple of years ago, they were already in 37 counties in the state of Florida. And what they offer is they offer 3 different types of vehicles. They offer a golf cart, a mid-sized car, and then a van, which is handicap accessible. And what they do is no cost to the individual, to the citizen, but they will pick you up and drive you to where you want to go. And what the county would have to do is determine which vehicles that they wanted and where they wanted them located, which routes they wanted. And once that route is determined and the number of cars is determined, you have to stick with that for a year. And they will give you a monthly update and tell you which area is used a lot. So if for instance, you put one in an area that's not getting used very much and another area is getting used a lot, then you can move that vehicle to that area so you have more coverage there. So there's possibility for a grant, which would pay for 50% of it. And then another way for the county to recoup money back would be to have the vehicles wrapped in advertisement, so we could recoup some money back that way. But that's because of our lack of parking and our abundance of cars and a lot of people parking where they shouldn't and things like that, and people getting tickets because they're parking because there's nowhere to park. This would be at least a short-term answer to help until we can get some parking garages built. So what I'm just asking is that staff would look into, well, if we could go out for a RFP and see what kind of feedback we could get from what companies might want to do that, is what I'm asking for.
Do we need a motion for that?
Yes.
Yes, please.
I'll motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the audience? Any comments from the board? Did you put your hand up, Todd? No? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. The other thing I have is Helen McCall Park. There's been a lot of talk about kids and parks and things like that today. And so I would just like to say that Helen McCall Park, I thought it was on the agenda to get done a long time ago. The money has been earmarked for it. But it's a great park. One of the things I'd like to do is I would like to take $63,000 of my plat money, or District 4's plat money, not mine, District 4's plat money, and use it at Helen McCall Park to make the playground area ADA compliant. And what that means is we just put the surface under the current playground equipment, it would put the surface underneath there ADA compliant. And so I would need a motion to just move the money.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the audience? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you very, very much. The other thing I'd like to ask is possibly that, I don't know if Shane Supple is around, but to ask staff to look into a miracle field. I'd never heard of a miracle field before, but what a miracle field is it's an all-inclusive play area for the children. And you could use a T-ball field, and it could be used for both. But we already own the land, we already have staff to manage it. We don't have anything like this in our county. There's one in Bay County, there's not one in Okaloosa County. And we can, like I say, we can incorporate it into an existing T-ball field. And I think it's just a win-win for Walton County. It just makes the whole area very inclusive for children with disabilities and things like that. So I'd just like staff to do some research on that and bring that back to see what we would need to do.
I think there's one in Niceville.
Is there one in Niceville? Okay, I was told there was not one in Okaloosa County. Well, that's good.
There
That's
used to be
good.
one in Niceville.
Okay.
Do we don't need a motion for that?
No, it's just having staff look into it.
I'm okay
And
with that.
you're all right with that?
Yeah, I'm good with
Okay,
that.
great, thank you.
The only
That's-
thing I would ask, is that make sure when staff's talking to them, they ask about the heat. Because the one in Bay County, you're talking about like artificial turf and all that. They said that it gets extremely
Oh, yeah,
hot.
Really?
Artificial turf at the
And
football
so-
stadium is
so,
hot as heck, too.
I checked with them about that before, and that's what they said.
Okay.
But I agree, I mean, if it's
There's
feasible.
also
I-
one in Enterprise.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe Mr. Brannon could get us some trees for shade. Just saying. Okay, that's all I've got, so public comments. Okay, I'm gonna, Lynn, would you come up first? Todd, I'm sorry, but you've been up once or twice already, so ladies first.
I wanted to come, Lynn Edwards, pardon me. I wanted to come before you today. I tried to get on the citizens agenda thing, but I was a little bit too late. I've been really concerned about the SB 180 that Commissioner Curry and Attorney Atkinson were talking about. I guess we don't have much of an audience, and I think everyone who's left here knows the 3 poison pills that are in that, right? No local government, no home rule is allowed to pass any new local land use or development regulations. And the crux of that is it's not tied to any emergency. It was basically sold as a post-hurricane recovery emergency bill, But it hasn't turned out that way. And if there's a hurricane anywhere in the state, it turns the clock back another 3 years, right? Right?
That's correct.
And so the third thing that was really scary to me as I looked at it, the law says that anyone, not just affected parties, can serve a local government with notification of intent. Wow, that's pretty sweeping. And the intent to sue the government. And the government has only 14 days. So I've been really looking at this, and I'm not going to tell you all the examples. I've really been actively reading about what's going on in some of these counties. It's pretty scary. And in doing this reading, I came across a woman whose name is Susan Trevarthen. She's a member of the Weiss Serrata firm in Fort Lauderdale, and she made a very provocative comment. If local governments don't object to this, they will lose the power to object to anything else. And since that time, she's been sending communications out to attorneys around the state for cities and counties. And she is attempting to put together a statewide lawsuit to stop this, okay? I did some calls. I was not able to get our attorney, but I did speak to 2 other attorneys in our offices, one in planning and one in the county attorney. And they weren't aware that there had been a communication sent out to all the attorneys throughout the state, representative, and so they couldn't comment on it. But I think that I've heard via the grapevine that there's, and actually Mr. Atkinson confirmed that he's been talking to legislators and things like that. What I've heard in my effort to understand this is that most people, the consensus is we can't wait for a year for the legislature to act. And everyone is thinking that Tallahassee is quite well pro-developer, and because they contribute a lot to the campaigns, right? So a lot of people are very impatient, and many people are in the throes of worrying about certain things, and again, for the interest of time, I won't give the examples. So there's no impact fees, mobility fees to keep up with necessary infrastructure to support our aggressive growth. And I was going to ask if the BCC would consider directing, and I think he may already have beat me to the punch, to direct our county attorney to call the Weiss Serrata firm, attorney Susan Trevarthen and her compatriot Jamie Cole are working on this. And so I was going to ask if we could look into this.
I'll be glad to speak with her
That's
afterwards.
right.
My recommendation
It
remains
is
the
time
same.
sensitive, September 5th, I know.
I'm very well aware of the time frame. My
Okay.
recommendation, after looking at the Weiss firm suit, is again to the board that that's not a lawsuit we should be participating in, but I'll be glad to speak with her afterwards,
Okay.
because it would be potential litigation, and we don't need to get into it in a public
Well,
meeting.
Destin has joined.
I'm very
so-
well aware of what
Well,
other
I
local governments are
know
doing,
you
but I'll
will, sir.
gladly speak with you afterwards.
We're almost finished with this, so as soon, if you don't mind staying around.
Yeah,
then-
I've been here for 4
Okay.
hours just to
I
say
know,
that
right?
for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Lynn. Todd?
May I make just one, Todd Robark, may I make one statement about what Dan Curry? So with the code issue, the bank is, as a mortgage loan service professional, your home that you have mortgaged is actually owned by thousands of investors. It's broken up into small chunks. So the bank has first position. So you cannot foreclose on a lien because that lien doesn't supersede. The only lien that supersedes the mortgage would be property taxes. And it sounds like you guys didn't apply these liens. You could have gotten, when the loans were paid off, you would have gotten sold or paid off, you would have gotten your money. So hopefully, I think Mr. Atkinson is going to take care of that. But, so I'll have other two points. The first point is, and Stephen's still here. I actually felt bad for Mr. Stephen back there because there were a lot of questions directed at him about the process. My question is, why wasn't those questions directed at Matt Carpenter a long time ago? Because the process didn't belong to Mr. Stephen, although he stood up here and took the beating. I'm still frustrated with the process and the inaction that didn't happen when Carpenter was here.
Well, we do have an audit that's going to be starting.
Yeah, and
So-
yeah, we are all thankful for that, and hopefully that audit will do what it's supposed to do. Being married to a forensic auditor, it hopefully should be able to do what it should do. The last point I had was I've been watching what's been going on in Defuniak Springs, and I was not aware until last week that we really didn't have a choice. We are having to contribute $780,000
To their CRA.
to the CRA, and it's being led by a private citizen group, and we don't have a voice in how our tax money is being spent. I'll stop.
I would object to the word contribution.
Well,
I think it's a tax.
or theft. You know, I mean, I know you can't say that. It's just mind-boggling. And you know, I about fell out of my high chair. Who in the right mind gives 95% of anything to anyone, to any entity, especially tax money? So, and they didn't, I'm just gonna
Florida
say,
statute, isn't it?
it was
Florida
malfeasance.
statute.
Well, they set the,
Mr. Roark, if you would like, I'll be glad. I don't know that the board's really the appropriate group to talk about it because they didn't have any control over it. I'll be glad to, if you let me talk to her, I'll give you 5 minutes. And
Yeah,
I think I
mean,
can
I'm
answer
just
it.
frustrated.
I can give you an idea of what happened.
Yeah, it's just frustrating.
It's a statutory vehicle.
It's just, yeah, you know, it is what it is. We have to do it. But it doesn't make any sense. And not to have a voice with the city, and maybe there is, and I just don't know it. And I know that Mr. Atkinson kind of joins the two of you guys, but he still has to operate separately.
Let me talk to you about what's going
Yeah,
on.
so
Okay.
what
We
I'm seeing
understand.
is I don't like it.
Yeah.
And I
We
just
don't
don't
either.
like you guys not having a voice.
if you remember the board meeting, when we found out about it, we don't like it either.
I don't,
Yeah.
well, yeah, I may not have been at that one. I was out of the country for some time.
It was 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, before me.
But we
Yeah.
don't like it either, but we don't have any choice.
Yeah, but somehow we have to have a voice, because what they're doing with the CRA, and
That would
what
be
they're giving the
another,
money to.
As Ms. Edwards, her problem, that's another Tallahassee problem.
Yeah. All right, well, that's
Thank
it,
you.
but anyway.
Thank
All of our
you.
problems are Tallahassee.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you. Yes.
may I have just 30 seconds to
Certainly.
make a follow-up comment on the planning audit? While we've been in the meeting, I've gotten an email from the director of MGT, and they have forwarded our purchase order to their contracts department for review and approval. While they're going through that, he's drafting the engagement letter, so soon as they get approval from their contracts department, they can get that, it'll get that out to each of you. And we're also working to schedule an entrance conference for Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. So that's about to get kicked off.
Wonderful. That's the audit, so that's good.
That's awesome.
That's
Just
good.
one quick thing from Miss Melissa. Have you heard anything from this Florida douche thing, which I just think is a PR stunt?
A little bit. That we did get a request for more information a few weeks ago, and it was voluminous. It was in the form of a lot of spreadsheets. It looked to me like they're most likely trying to standardize the information, because it's a lot that we'd already sent them, but it was putting it in a more standard format. So that's really all that I've heard lately.
But they've not put boots on the ground here, right?
I've not seen any.
I've gone through thousands and thousands and thousands of audits. The one thing it has in common, boots on the ground, and that doesn't make any sense to me.
I can answer that. I spoke to them personally.
We've got 6
And,
minutes.
and they said that they will be doing everything from Tallahassee unless they see something outrageous.
You can't do an audit from Tallahassee.
I'm just,
But that's
I'm
okay.
just telling you
I'm
what,
just going
I'm just
through
telling you what he told me. His name's
having-
Jason Polowowski.
45 years in the banks and thousands, because every county has the opportunity to audit me, and they're boots on the ground, but that's okay. We'll see what happens. I'm looking forward to getting the results whenever. Thank you.
Thank you.
I
Thank
appreciate
you.
your time.
Young lady, yes. And then I'll get you Margaret, and that's it.
Karen Doyle. In a January 2018 email to Senator Passidomo, Mike Huckabee wrote, "Having grown up dirt poor in Arkansas, I never thought I would see saltwater in person, much less live on a beach. Yet thanks to customary use, this former Walton County beachfront homeowner was able to do both." Madam Chair, I'm sorry Commissioner Drake isn't here, but I would like to address some of the claims he made in the last BCC meeting on August 12th. At that time, he said that 98% of the
Madam
general...
Chair, I think if she's going to address an individual commissioner's comments, it's probably best that he have the opportunity to be here if he wishes to respond. I do understand the point.
I'm not
but-
looking for, I'm really speaking to the general public, honestly, because he said, he's had his say. He was mansplaining to me, to everybody.
That's your comment.
I'd like to,
Well, the statements are on the
Look-
record, correct?
But if she's wanting to respond, I think this is the reason we have this back and forth. She was left, she gave comments.
I'm addressing my concerns about his comments. I'm not looking for a response. I think he's had plenty of time to share his thoughts, and I was very offended. I was very offended by his comments.
Well, maybe we should just wait until he is here so that you can
I've
let
waited
him
4
know.
hours to come up to this podium to
I
say these
understand.
words.
If she wants to address things that are not directed at a commissioner who's not present, I think that's, I just think it puts any of you commissioners in a bad spot for the board to entertain comments.
This is a
directly.
public comment period where we can speak to anything. I'd like to speak.
But
I'd like to
not
speak.
to something that, somebody that's not here. He can't.
I'm
he's
not
here to-
expecting a response. I'm responding to what he said.
Go.
At that time, he said that 98% of the general public was saying that they want a pure, clean repeal of House Bill 631. I believe a more realistic characterization of what 98% of the general public want are the same opportunities to enjoy the beaches of Walton County that Mike Huckabee enjoyed before 2018 and HB 631. Several times, Commissioner Drake also said, all we are is back at ground zero before House Bill 631. We are not at ground zero. We are not at square one. We are not even close to being back at either one of those two things. We are in a huge and unique deficit. Commissioner Drake also said that the genesis of House Bill 631 was to resolve the dispute on can I sit here on this beach or can I not? What he didn't say is why he felt it was necessary for that dispute to be resolved only in Walton County, which was uniquely affected by this statute due to a narrow exception which only recognized ordinances that were adopted on or before January 1st, 2016, and why, as Walton County's elected representative at that time, he voted in favor of this legislation. He also chided the public for wrongfully perceiving the change in the law. In the January 9th local delegation meeting in Freeport, Senator Trumbull promised to pursue common sense solution to Walton County's unique customary use challenges. On February 27th, he filed Senate Bill 1622. When he introduced that legislation in the Senate Judiciary Committee on March 25th, he said that it repeals Section 163035 to restore local government authority to recognize and protect customary public use of the beaches, and especially in communities like Walton County, where public beach access is vital to quality of life and the local economy. As Mr. Drake has said, if and when beach renourishment happens, it puts it under sovereign submerged land statutes, guidance, and governance, and once we get there, then the answer is clear. But the first thing I stumbled across after hearing him say that was the Florida Bar Journal entitled Murky Bottoms, Sovereign Submerged Land, Riparian Rights, and Locating the High Water Line. I'm not an attorney, I'm not a legal expert, I'm not even an elected official, but with all due respect to Commissioner Drake, I am still having trouble perceiving the change in the law, and now I'm even more concerned about the potentially murky bottoms of sovereign submerged land that Commissioner Drake has now raised. Everyone's well aware of the problems with Senate Bill 180. I would claim that there are equal problems with Senate Bill 1622.
Thank you. I will take one more. Margaret, come on up. Okay. If you take a minute and a half, she can have a minute and a half, then we're done.
Deal. I just wanted to say something about planning. I think a couple of you said it was unacceptable that they don't return calls and this and that. I have to say, I think those are probably one-offs, and I'll just be really brief. I've never had a problem with planning. I might not agree with them all the time, but I always get a return call. Intergov website is easy to use. So I think those are probably one-offs.
Thank you very much, Margaret. I appreciate that, and I believe Stephen appreciates that as well.
I also echo what
Barbara
Margaret said
Morano.
about planning.
Your name.
Let me start with
State your
SB.
name.
I'm sorry.
Your name.
Barbara Morano. Let me connect the dots between SB 180 and the ordinance, the magistrate ordinance. I'm going to be real quick. I have every confidence knowing that you really thought you were doing the right thing because you were going to change the code. Well, SB 180 is telling us we cannot do that. So SB 180 is really the passage of that. It is burdensome and it's restrictive. And that is what the ordinance has done to the citizens here in Walton County. It has made it burdensome and restrictive.
And
I'm going to quote from our county attorney, when he asked you to pass that ordinance, he said, "Planning meetings would be burdensome with the new process." If you even looked at the video of the asphalt plant that night in front of the Planning Commission, it was burdensome, it was restrictive. We saw an attorney really doing a stage performance for 3 or 4 hours. So what I'm saying is SB 180 does not want, let me just say, it's more restrictive and burdensome for land use standards, so you can't change any of the land use standards that you thought you could. And it's burdensome in the procedures. It's forcing the citizens, where you're not even hearing the citizens. I mean, they're going to a magistrate. And then it's going to come back to you on the consent agenda. And we still won't have a chance to talk to you. I don't even think the magistrate hearings are going to be on video, which I don't even think you could turn on to say, well, let me get an update and see what happened on the magistrate. It is burdensome for you. It's restrictive for the people. And I think that ordinance is null and void based on SB 180. It's restrictive and it's burdensome. And I have more information to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm glad to speak to you with her if you'd like.
Okay,
Motion to adjourn?
because I think we all have, meeting is adjourned.